I'm borrowing back really quick the extra time that we took. And I just say extra time just because I've got one more thing I need to do. I have to pull up, hang on, I just have to pull up our next session here so that I can, I think that's it. Yep, there we go. So I can see what we're doing. Hi guys, welcome back. Welcome back. If you are joining me again, welcome back. Let's see here. Oh, are we talking about what we're drinking? Oh, I'm drinking ice water with true lime in it. So like crystallized lime or dehydrated lime, whatever it is. Maybe this afternoon, maybe later, I'll have an adult beverage. We'll see. I need someone to get it for me. So Nick, well, he better be home by then because if not, that's a long time. He's been golfing. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. If you are joining me again from our session this morning, welcome back. Happy International Scrapbook Day. We are here all day today on my YouTube channel live, and we are celebrating. We're celebrating International Scrapbook Day. We're celebrating all the things that we do here. Scrapbooking, memory keeping, list making, journaling, documenting, storytelling. It's all the same thing. It all falls under that big, they're all just like synonyms. They're all the same thing, right? We're storytelling. And all of that falls under Scrapbook Day, National Scrapbook Day, International Scrapbook Day. So we are taking advantage of today, this holiday, and we are celebrating with an all-day listing session. So we're having fun, we're learning, we're playing with new products, we're chatting, we're talking about sale, we're doing tons of giveaways. Scatter and I, this morning session, I debuted my very brand new Listing with Layle idea book, which is very exciting. So that is where, that's kind of what we've been doing today. If you are new and you're just like stumbling on my channel, like what the heck's going on? What is this lady? When I'm not traveling on Saturdays, we get together, usually Saturday mornings. Today's a special day. We get together here on my YouTube channel and we do what I like to call creative listing. So usually a couple days before, I publish on my blog several listing topics, and that's what I do when we get together. So I take one of those topics and I list whatever the things that would be according to that topic. So for example, one of the lists that we did this morning was like my favorite travel destinations, the places I've been. So that was the list topic, and then I make a list of those travel destinations. Now, when I do it, I call it creative listing because I pull in pattern paper and stamps and washi and die cuts and all different kinds of things. Just because that is where I get a lot of pleasure. I like being creative. So that is what I do. Some of you are just making lists. You have a piece of paper and you're making your list, or maybe a spiral notebook or a composition notebook. But some of you get out all your products and play along with me. So that is what we do, and that's what we're doing here today. But we're also celebrating. So it is a long one. We just took an hour break, but if you missed the morning session, it's still out here on my YouTube channel. You can watch it at any time. You might want to watch it, I don't know, before next Saturday, because there were a lot of giveaways. There's some giveaways I did live and now it's gone. So those giveaways don't exist anymore because they've already been given away. But I never want to penalize people that can't be here live. So there are, how many did we decide? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are 6 more giveaways that are happening on that video. And the way that you participate, since it's already happened, you go back and leave a comment on that video. Now, you might want to watch because it's fun. And very beginning, I kind of walk you through my new idea book. So, but I ask you to leave a comment on the video. And then when we're together next Saturday, right before we're together, I will pick all of those winners and I will announce them when we're together. So that is the plan. That was this morning. This afternoon, let's talk about what our plan is for this afternoon. It is 1 p.m. Pacific, 2 Mountain. It's just easier, but some people don't understand the Mountain time zone just because it's a weird one kind of in the middle. It is 1 Pacific, and we will go about 5:30-ish, I think. We'll see. I mean, I don't think we'll go shorter than that. We may go longer than that. So we'll just have to see. We'll see how I do. So we'll be doing some creative listing. We'll do 3 lists, and then I will talk about what I was going to do. I just didn't get to it. It was some other memory keeping I was going to do, but I'll still talk about it and show you a couple things. I just didn't get to the bottom of it. It's all about travel. So when we get there, we'll talk about it. All right, so sound good? I'm going to check out the chat because if you are watching live, there is a live chat that takes place. It's not me blah, 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 chatting. It's you guys like type chatting, okay? So if you are watching, I would love it if you just pop into the chat and say hello. It's a super amazing group of people, community, that everybody's super friendly. So if you're chatting, even if normally you just kind of lurk in the background, just say hi today. Just say hi. And then you can stop chatting again if you'd like. But I will tell you, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There are 7 more prizes I will do live during the next 4.5 hours. And the way that I do those is in the chat. So paste the chat, paste the chat. But I'm going to look at the chat right now so I can see. Karen from Canada. Monique says, phew, she made it. Sheila, oh my gosh, it's going fast. Kelly, hi Kelly, nice to see you. Joanne, thank you, Joanne. I always forget that. If you guys would please, while you're here, give the video a thumbs up. Lots of you watch. Not as many as you give the video a thumbs up, but I think just because you forget. I mean, I can see all the stats, so I know lots of people are watching, but I assume that if you're watching, you're giving the video a thumb, that you like it, or else you wouldn't be watching. So if you do me a favor, and really that's anyone that you watch, anybody on YouTube, even if you're looking how to change a tire, still give that video a thumbs up on YouTube because that person worked hard to do that for you. So any kind of social media, give them thumbs up or say hi or whatever. It's really helpful, believe it or not. And it's nice to know that, well, I can see you guys are here, but it's nice to know that people are here. Hi, Janelle, a crafty poodle mom. Oh, I love that. I love it. I love your name. She said, this has been so fun and informative. Hi, Dora. Nice to see you again. It's thundering and lightning in San Antonio. She needs a glass of wine. You and me both, sister, and I will have one later. Darlene said, let's do this. Dawn loves the all-day events. Hi, Deborah. Dandy. Betty, oh, Betty, thank you. Betty said, you're so very generous with your time and resources. I love it. You guys are generous to be here with me because really, this is the only time that I get to craft for me. It's my business. So the majority of the time when I'm crafting because I have to, not because I want to. I mean, I want to, but you know what I mean? Not because I want to. This is because I want to. So this is really the only time that I actually really get to play. So thank you. Beautiful day in the OC in Orange County. Hi, Tiffany. Scrappy Miss is back for part 2. Virginia, thumbs up, y'all. She's only 14. Who, Virginia? Who? Tell me. Hi, Debbie. Beverly. Karen is back in the house. Gloria says first time crafting all day in her life. She loves it. I love that for you. Under the Willow Tree. Hi there. You're working on a Christmas Lodge flipbook. Under the Willow Tree. Do we know each other from England? That reminds me, one of the things I was going to say earlier, when I was talking about the English countryside, the first time that I went to the English countryside, I was teaching at like this castle. It was an amazing place. Absolutely amazing. So now I'm going to watch and try to see that if that was you, because I totally forgot about that. I still have photos in my house from that countryside. It was unbelievable. Cheryl says it's cool and windy in Saskatchewan. I love that. But anytime I send an order there, I'm like, I have to copy and paste because those 2 words together I can't spell. Awanda. Oh, hi, Awanda. Okay, no, different one. But they're a different one. Hi, Awanda. That's funny. Kimberly Castillo, you're back in the house from Whimsy Weekend. You're still there, right? Right? Mary's back for part 2. Okay, guys. Mimi, I know, I love that. You turned Gloria into an all-day crafter. I know, she told me. And I love that, you guys. I mean, I love it when you introduce your friends to what we do. Mimi introduced her friend Gloria. I know others of you have done that as well. I just love that. That is probably the biggest compliment that you could pay me is when you tell your friends to come and hang out with us because I love what we do, but I love that you guys love what we do too. So thank you. Hi, Autumn again. A little cloudy in Florida. So because we had lots of winners in the first round, and I will tell you, if you're just joining us now, they're not measly prizes. I'm going to tell you that right now. The March release stamp bundle, which was about $100 retail. The 2023 year in review project kit, which is about, I don't know, what, 60 or something. A couple of $50 gift certificates to my website. There's lots of good stuff. But I'm happy to tell you that I have all that stuff again to give away again in the afternoon session. So, All right, guys, I think we are ready to, I think we're ready to flip the camera. I mean, this is weird. I don't mean to not be looking at you guys. I'm very much a believer in looking people in the eye when you talk to them because I think that is really important connection. But when I look at the chat, I have to look that way. So it always feels weird when I'm talking to you like this, but not looking at you. Jody, oh my goodness, Jody had 2 feet of snow last week. That is crazy. Belinda's nice. You never give puny prices. I like to share, you guys. I like to share. I'm very fortunate in that what I do gives me an opportunity to share with you guys. So I love to share. Kara, is it Kara? I had a friend in high school named Kara. Okay, guys, I think we are ready. Okay. So we are going to, well, you know what? Let's do this. I think we should start off with another giveaway. What do you think? Should we start off with another live giveaway? I think that's the way to start this party, right? Let's get the party started with another live giveaway. I had totally forgotten this morning. So I showed you guys my spreadsheet, right? I had forgotten that I bought this stand. Do you see that awesome little clip stand? I had forgotten that I bought this stand because it would hold things like this for me when I was doing a live video. So I found it. I tracked it down. It was where I put it. It was organized in the right place, but I just forgot about it. So this now has my prizes. So I won't lose my prize sheet. That'll help us keep us on track. So as you guys have been frantically adding in the chat, let's just see what I think we should kick off with another idea book. What do you say? Let's do a live idea book. But I also have an idea book for the after party as well, the after party, which is comments on the video after the fact. So we'll do 2 more idea books. Actually, oh no, I have 4 down here. I have 4 more idea books for this afternoon. So that's good. All right. So the idea book, if you do not know about this, I encourage you when we're done to go back to the very first video, the one from this morning where I talk about this and show you. This is brand new. It's crazy. It's my book. I made a book. It's self-published. I did it with some help. I will tell you, definitely some help. But this is an awesome tool for what we do, our listing. So this one, they were just delivered Wednesday and they went up for sale on my website on Thursday, shipping now. So the winner of that one live is going to be stopping at Kimberly Castillo, probably, right? Kimberly. Now, I will tell you, if the people that win the books, if you have already purchased, I don't want you to be penalized for that. So, Kimberly, yep, there you go. Kimberly, congratulations, Kimberly. Send me an email, laylebymail@gmail.com, and this is anyone who wins. Send me an email, laylebymail@gmail.com. In the subject line, please put the name of the prize you won. That makes it so much easier. So Kimberly will say, listing with Layle idea book winner. And then Kimberly, I will mail that to you next week. Please also include your mailing address in that email. If you already bought it, Kimberly, I just let me know, email me still, and I will give you a $25 gift card to my website instead. Okay, friends, so I will be doing another one of those later while we're here today, later this afternoon. Okay, and now I also mentioned I need to write down, make my notes. I mentioned that there is also a giveaway for that in the after party, okay? The after party. All right, let's look at the chat. Hopefully everyone had a chance to get something to eat, had maybe a chance to get something to drink, chance to go potty, had a chance to deal with family, friends, pets, whatever you needed to do. Yes, ate very quickly and worked on some numbers that I needed to work on for our next list. I needed to wrap that up. And then that was it. Then time literally flies. I tell you, an hour never flies as fast as it does when I do the all-dayers, the in-between. So I'm going to have another quick sip of water. We got to stay hydrated, and hopefully Nick gets here sooner than later. Oh my gosh, that makes me so nervous. Kimberly, I could see off to the side in the chat, all of a sudden, all these emojis, and I'm so glad it's you. Usually when I see off in the chat a whole bunch of emojis, it's some troll that's come in and is putting like rated X emojis. You know, you have to use your imagination, but rated X emojis because they want us to go click on some link and I have to hurry up and block them. So I thought that's what's going on. But so far today, we haven't had one. We haven't had one in a couple of weeks, so that's good. But I saw that and went, oh my gosh, we don't want that. Ms. L, Ms. L, I love this. Ms. L just asked a question. Layle, have you done a list before of things my parents used to say? Guess what? Now that I have the idea book, I know we have, but this is what I do. I go to the idea book and I go, okay, I know that's in the family section because that would be family, right? So I go to the chapter table of contents and I go to family, and that's chapter 11. Chapter 11, I need the page number, hang on, chapter 11, 54. And I move to page 54 in the idea book, and it would tell me things my mother used to say. Yep, we did it. And not only it would show you that list and it would tell you the date. It has the link, by the way, when you buy the idea book, the physical version. I email you starting on Monday the electronic copy, the PDF. And when you click on that, the electronic copy, that takes you right to that video. You fast forward to the 1 hour, 18-minute mark, and you can watch me make that list. So yes, things my mother used to say, and also did one called Dadisms. Yeah, so fun. That's, you guys, that'll be the biggest resource for me now too, because I can say, yes, we did. And if you wanted to see that, this is the date it was done, or what have you. Okay. Really quick, while we're talking about idea book, one more thing before I flip the camera and we start listing again. If you are international with the idea book, I realize, well, it's a pound, you guys. It is over a pound. It is, it's a hefty little sucker. Chunkamunka, I called it in the first session. It's a chunkamunka. It's good size, 116 pages. If you are international, I have an option for you if you want to purchase that idea book digitally, a digital version, a PDF. As I mentioned, all those links in there are hot links. So you click on it and it would take you right to the video. You don't see that on my website because it's not something I want to open up to. I have physical books that I need to make sure I sell through. It's not going to be a problem. We're already over halfway sold out, which is amazing. It's amazing. But I have physical copies I need to work through first. So only for people that live internationally. If you want to purchase a digital version of the idea book, send me an email, laylebymail@gmail.com, or go to my website, laylebymail.com, and click on contact us. And then tell me that, and then I will send you an invoice for that. It's $19.99, and it's all the exact same content with the hyperlink. So then that way I know shipping can be astronomically expensive. Shipping a pound package like to Toronto, you guys, it's like $22. It's and that's just the postal service. It's crazy. So shipping and then taxes, duties, and all that. So I want to try to help you guys because you guys had told me we're international. We really want to buy it. It's just so cost prohibitive by the time you add in all those other things. Okay. So there we go, you guys. I think we are ready. I think maybe you guys too are talking about your lists. There is a Layle by Mail Facebook group. It is a private group just because I don't want the whole world in there, but the whole world could be there if they want. They just have to ask to be in. So you can go to Facebook and search Layle by Mail. You'll see a Facebook page and a Facebook group. The group is private. In a Facebook group, if you've ever wondered what the difference was, in a Facebook page, only I can post. You guys can comment, but only I can post. In a Facebook group, everyone can post. And why that's important to point out is there are lots of people that like to share their list. You guys share your lists in the Facebook group. Sometimes I share mine, but and it's not that I'm trying to hide anything because you can see them on all the videos, but some days I just don't have the time to photograph it, make it look all pretty, and then post it on social media. So a lot of times you'll see other people's lists, which I love to see. I love to see how you guys take what we do and then totally make it your own. So a little plug for the Facebook group. It's a fun place to be. And anyone can join. It doesn't cost you. Just, say I want to be in. I will also one more tell you, also one more. I posted this morning a post in the Layle by Mail Facebook page and a post in the Layle by Mail Facebook group. Same post, two different places. I showed you a photo of what it was looking like for me this morning as I was kind of getting things set up. So you can see me stand, you can't see me standing here, but it's I was standing here and I took a photo. So you can see what I see, okay? You can see what I see. And I said, I'm getting ready, but I want to see what you guys see today. Whether you're crafting or whether you're vacationing or whether you're working, whatever it is. If you're here with me, I'd love to see what you guys are looking at, what you're seeing. So I encouraged you to leave a photo. So leave a comment. Either on the post in the Facebook page or the Facebook group. I want you to share a photo in that comment of that post of what your view is, what you're looking at. The end of day today, I will draw randomly in both of those, one in the Facebook group, one on the Facebook page, one random lucky winner that posted with the photo of what they were looking at will win the idea book, okay? So, because I want to see what you guys look at. You see what I look at all the time. I mean, you know what I mean. I want to see what you guys are looking at. What's your view? What is your view? Oh, Melissa, I love it. I just looked up and saw your comment. Melissa said, it's been months since I've been able to watch and I'm getting my creative juices flowing. I love, love, love that. Love that for you. Kara said, just requested to join the group. Can't wait to see what is there. Gloria, yeah, I stand all day. I do. The whole time that I'm doing this, I'm standing. I stand the majority of my life because I work the majority of my life. When I design, I stand. It's just, that is comfortable. That is comfortable to me. So, I have flip-flops on because I am not comfortable standing in tennis shoes all day. So I have flip-flops on that give me nice padding. And then I'm also standing on one of those mats that has maybe this much foam cushion to it. So, it's not it's not too bad. I get used to it. So, but yeah, I stand all day. Standing when you're stamping is really important though. We'll be stamping today. We'll talk about standing. You guys, don't let me forget. Don't let me forget because that's another important part about successful stamping, in my opinion. Okay, I think we're probably Carmen just said the chat so fast, so sorry to repeat. It's Small Business Month. It is. I forgot about that. It's Small Business Month. Yes, if you didn't know me, it's me. It's me. Small business, small woman-owned business. I went out on my own 4 years ago, turned my side hustle into a full-time thing, and thanks to you guys, it has grown beyond my wildest dreams. I mean, it's insane. It's insane, and I can only thank you guys for that. I like to support a lot of women-owned businesses, small women-owned businesses. So a lot of times you'll see me including products in my kits from other small businesses like Color Cast Designs, like Pretty Little Studio. Both of those small business women-owned companies have created custom products for me, which is fantastic. I work with some independent contractors and graphic designers that are their own, just their own doing their own side hustle or their own full-time thing. But I also like to support, smaller women-owned companies. So a lot of the products that you see on my website, of course, are from the big guys like Simple Stories and American Crafts. But some of the more unique things that you see me carry are from small, independently owned women businesses, which I just, I've got a soft spot in my heart for us because I am one of us, right? So I want to support other women-owned businesses as much as I can. Speaking of, I just saw that they had an ad today. They always do a really cool sale on National Scrapbook Day, but it's Persnickety Prints, persnicketyprints.com. That is a Utah-based woman-owned business. The woman that owns that is Shari Pack, and she's amazing. But they print photos, but they print photos using darkroom process. So the process that they use, she'll show examples where she'll take one of their photos and she will put it in water, like in a cup of water, and nothing happens to it. So, and their prices are incredibly reasonable. And they do small sizes, big sizes, 12 by 12s, big posters, all the things. But I would for sure check them out if you are not printing photos at home. I would for sure check them out. Even if you are printing photos at home. Sometimes you need different sizes or you want better quality than you can print at home, but they're amazing. persnicketyprints.com. I don't get anything from that. I don't get anything from mentioning any of those companies. They're just not, you know what I'm saying? I don't expect to get anything, but I don't want you to think I'm here like promoting people because they said, hey, mention us and we'll give you whatever. No, it's just all companies that I believe in and like to support. So, yeah, Nancy, there you go. This is not me telling you, somebody else. Nancy Mars said their prints are astonishing. Yeah, I mean, it's beautiful. They do silver, it's called silver halide darkroom processing or something. And Every photo that they print gets examined before it gets sent to people. So they do an amazing job. It's because she loves, loves, loves. She just loves the photography and memory keeping. She wears a shirt all the time that says, don't leave your kids an Instagram profile. What she means by that is that you need to leave your kids photos and printed photos. You can't just put all your photos on Instagram and then one day you die and your kids are like, oh, there's all our family photos on Instagram. Don't leave your kids an Instagram profile or whatever she says. It's super clever, but anyhow. Juris Tran, I love it. Juris said, love your Saturday Traveler's Notebook listings, going on 3 years since joining your Facebook. Thank you, Juris. So that's actually a very good segue, Juris. Thank you. Into our first list. So I'm going to flip the camera. Very quickly, we will take a look at the first 2 lists that we did this morning. So this morning in our 3 hours, we took a really deep dive into the idea book so you guys could get a really good feel for it, and my thought process and how to use it. Because it is meant to be used. I mean, you can look at the pretty pictures, but it's definitely meant to be used as a tool. We did an about last month list, and then we did a travel related list. So let me, I am going to flip the camera, move in the studio lights, turn them on, and then probably turn my fan on because it'll probably get a little toasty. I just remembered that I opened the, I don't know, what's the temperature today? It's not too warm here. It's kind of overcast, and on Monday it was like 95 here, which is crazy. It went from, the week before being like 40 to 95, and now we're down to mid 50s. It's weird. So, but this morning I opened the back slider because last night when I was cleaning up the kitchen after we had dinner, I was cleaning the stove, and apparently I accidentally turned the dial for the gas stove. The gas, right? The gas. No flame was coming out, but it just must have been a tiny bit. But apparently, I think it was obviously it was not enough to hurt me or Nick. He was here too last night, and it was not enough for the carbon monoxide detector to go off. But this morning, at one point, I'm like, it smells like gas, and I go into the kitchen and I can see it is like a quarter turn. I'm like, oh my goodness! So, thank you, Colleen. We are plugging in. Yeah, so that back sliding door is still open. I think I just saw Nick. Oh, no. Okay, no, somebody else. I saw somebody pull into the right way. Okay, so let me get another sip of water. I need Nick to come home soon because I should have refilled my water before we started. All right, let's take a look at our list from this morning, shall we? Oh, we had so much fun. I did. I hope you guys did. I'm assuming those of you that are here again had fun, right? So our first list was about last month. And we made a little pocket for our photos. And we created like photo booth strips, right? We made photo strips. So I go through exactly how I did that in this morning's video. And then I did my list. So about last month, that is a list that I do at the start of every month, and I do the month prior. So this is May 6th. I did my about last month list for April. I use my 2023 about last month stamp set every month this year, and I just document. I do a run-on list, and I just start documenting just the things that happened. These are things that happen in my life, not necessarily news-related events. We do another list once a month called In the News, and that's where I kind of capture all that stuff. So that was our first list this morning. Carmen, I will. You guys, Carmen sent me a camera, an old-fashioned camera, which I'm so excited about. When he gets home, remind me again, Carmen, because I'll probably forget just because I've got, all the things going, but remind me. So that was our first list. Hi, Jeanette. Good afternoon. Welcome back. All right, so that was our first list. Second list. Oh, it's back here. Oh my gosh, this one was way outside of what I normally do. You guys, I'll explain why. This one is my favorite travel destination. So in all the years that I've been traveling, and I have been very, very fortunate. I grew up as a Navy kid, so we traveled until I was in fourth grade. I mean, we lived in Japan for a couple of years, so I'm very used to traveling, very much a part of my life. Every job I've had, every career I've had, travel has always been a part of it. And then traveling is very important to Nick, my husband, and I. So we make it a priority, and we budget for it. We love to travel. So this list was all about some of my favorite destinations of where I have been, where I've traveled. Five out of the 7 continents I've been fortunate enough to travel to in my life. And 2 of those were very specifically for scrapbooking, like teaching. Like I was invited there to South Africa and Australia. So you guys, what paper crafting, scrapbooking, memory keeping, storytelling, documenting, is what took me to those 2 continents, which is just the like thrill of my life. So anyhow, this was what is so different for me, you guys. I mean, you guys know. Well, first of all, the collection I used for this is Where to Next. My dear friend Vicki Booten, my dear talented friend. She and I are the same person, and then we're totally not. We are so alike in so many ways. Where we differ is Vicki is very mixed media, artistic, very different techniques and things like that, and that is so not me. I am neat and clean, and usually I'm more like this, right? Lots of white, neat and clean. But for this one, when I saw this paper, and that's from the Where to Next collection, when I saw that paper, I thought, oh my goodness, it just called out to me, because all of those little strips I thought would be a great place to put the list topics. So all those little strips are my favorite destinations. And as I started, they kind of were getting lost a little bit. So I just used some of the puffy stickers from the Where to Next collection to help call each of those out. So that is how we ended the last session. Oh, Valerie, oh my gosh, you're so sweet. Oh my goodness. Val, and you probably said that a while ago. You know what, hon? I think I'm okay. Nick, you're so nice. Thank you, though. I still have about a quarter left, and Nick should be, I mean, he teed off at 9, so he's probably eating lunch and should be here very quickly. But you were so kind. Thank you so much. You're so nice. Val's sister lives in my neighborhood, so she is the only one. Some of you have asked that live in Utah if you can pick up your order at my house. And I just say, no, I'm not really set up for that. No. Val is the only one that I let do that because she's here all the time. Her sister is a friend of mine and lives in the neighborhood. So that's why Val's here. She was picking up 2 orders. Okay. All right. You're so sweet, Val. I love that. All right, you guys. So we're ready to start. Oh my gosh, she's at the window. She blew me a kiss. She's outside the window. Oh my gosh, I love that. She's so sweet. She is so sweet. All right. So our first list that we're going to do this morning, old-fashioned. Oh, I know, old-fashioned camera. Carmen's now teasing me. Old-fashioned, the camera came out in 1970. I did just call us old-fashioned. I mean, like, she didn't send me like a Nikon D50, whatever. I don't even remember anymore what like real old camera I have, because a DSLR, because I don't even use it anymore. That's what I meant by an old-fashioned camera. Ashley said, how many Canadians are there this afternoon? Ashley, I would be willing to bet there are a lot. A lot. Oh, Virginia said, will the Where to Next paper pad come back in stock? Yes, Virginia. Where to Next coming back in stock. Sunkissed also coming back in stock. My best advice to you is to click the button on any of those products that you see that are out of stock, and click the button that says email me when available. As soon as I get them back in and add them to the website, it will automatically notify you. So yes, lots of Canadians. Yes, we always have lots of Canadians. And I think part of that is because I've met a lot of Canadians. I mean, really not a lot, but I have taught at probably 6, I want to say 6 maybe, Crop and Creates. When they used to be in person. So in Calgary and, oh my gosh, Toronto, a bunch of them. A bunch of locations. And then I've taught, I think, at 3 or 4 of the Crop and Create Delivereds. So the Crop and Creates in persons have always been in Canada. So I think that's why a lot of times we see a lot of Canadians here, because that's how I know you guys, which I love that so much. Scrapper Lanes from Nova Scotia. There we go. All right. So our first list, you guys, is one I thought would be kind of a fun one to start out with today. It is Layle by mail by the numbers. Now, I know that sounds really weird, and believe me, I'm not going to tell you my sales or anything like that. That's not where we're headed here. That's obviously very private. But what I am going to list about, and a number of you suggested this and requested this. This is going to be by the numbers. So when we started, the very first day we started doing this was March 21st of 2020. I need to go back and watch that video because that was the first week of the pandemic, the very first week of the pandemic. And I remember saying things like, oh my goodness, it'll probably be a couple weeks from now. We'll all be fine. Nobody worry. It'll be okay. At least we can hope that. And then, many years later, right? 3 years later. The best thing for me, though, that came out of the pandemic, you guys, is what we do. And it was such a fluke how I started doing it. It was such a fluke. But some of you have been here with me since the beginning, right? Since that very first one. Or some of you started with us halfway through, but you went back and binge watched everything. So I will be listing about the numbers. So how many videos we've done, how many lists we've done, how many minutes, how many hours, how many days. There were two numbers that I'm still in the middle of getting because it is a lot. There's a lot of videos to go through. So I will still make my list with that. I just won't fill out those two numbers, and then I will get those done for next week so we can talk about those. If that is not appealing to you at all, if that is not appealing to you at all, I totally get it, right? I totally get it. What I had suggested when we talked about that list this morning was mix it up. Maybe you've had a long career in, I don't know, dental hygiene, and you've worked for a number of different places. So maybe you want to say, okay, your career, my career by the numbers. And then that's the number of different offices that you worked in, the number of different teeth you extracted. I don't know. I don't think dental hygienists extract teeth, but you know what I mean. So it could be about your job, your career. It could be about schooling. It could be about your family. I've had been married this many years. I have this many kids. This is all of their ages combined all together. This many hours, minutes, days. You can do a by the numbers. However, it might work for you. You've lived in this many houses, this many cities over the course of this many years, this many miles apart. So you can kind of think about if you want to do some sort of by the numbers, and you kind of be thinking about that as we go. But some of you may be doing this with me. So with that said, Tracy's been here since the beginning. Diane since the beginning. Mostly Mandy. I love that. Mostly Mandy said, you were the sunshine in a dark time. I will tell you guys, I was the sunshine for myself in a dark time. I know that sounds like a really weird way to put it, but that's why I started doing them. Was that very first week, we were all just like, what in the world is happening? Remember that? March like 16th or 13th, March 16th, I think, or whatever, was the first day. And that was a Monday when everything, at least in the United States, started shutting down. That Wednesday, we had an earthquake here in Utah, like a 5 point something here in Utah. So it was like 1-2 punch. It was like, what in the world? And literally that Wednesday after the earthquake, I said to myself, what can I do? We have a pretty tight knit crafting community. And even if we don't know each other, even if, you follow somebody on Instagram that you've never even talked to in your life, but that's part of the community, right? That we're a pretty tight-knit small community. I thought, what in the world could I do to give something for people to get their minds off things, right? What could I put out there? I'd only had my website for a year, not even a year. I'd only barely left my job at Simple Stories a year later, not even a year later. I had only products I was having on my website were project kits and traveler's notebook covers. That was it. So it was not a business decision at all. Literally, it was, oh my gosh, what could I do to take my mind off things? And what could I do for other people to help keep their mind off things? And I was thinking, you know what? I know a lot about traveler's notebooks and I'm really passionate about them. And I've done a couple in-person classes over the years about traveler's notebooks. I think I could take all that content, my love and passion for the hobby, and I'm going to do a video. And that video, you guys, oh my goodness. So that was 3 years ago. It's had like over 50,000 views, which for me, that's huge. That is huge. That's a lot for me. not in the grand scheme of things, it's not. It's a blip on someone else's radar. But for me, that's a big deal. And I just love that there are that many people out there that have even learned, even if they watched it for 1 minute, something about Traveler's Notebooks, because I think they're just amazing. And that's what I work in primarily. So that was 1,141 days ago. That's where all this started. I recorded a video. I put a class out there, put it on YouTube, and it was pre-recorded. And I thought, I didn't quite get everything out I want to say. And so I did another one that was pre-recorded. After that, I'm like, you know what? I want to start doing these live because that would give me like people to talk to. Like, I feel like it'd be social. Like I'd be with people. Of course, I was in the house with my husband, Nick, and our younger son, Sam, because he got sent home from college. I just need people. I need that connection. And that's how this all started, I think, for a lot of us. And I can say this because you guys tell me. I will meet people in person that literally grab me by the hands and say, you have no idea. And that I'm just so honored by that. But I will tell you, it was a saving grace for me too. It was just, it was for you guys, but it was also for me because it just gave me something to focus on every week and planning and what I wanted to do. And I really felt like I was with people when we were doing this. And here it is 3 years later, you guys. It's more than 3 years later. It's 1,141 days later, and we're still here. And things have opened up again. The world has changed, definitely, but for all intents and purposes, the majority of the world is back to the way it was. Now, I'm not being cavalier because a lot of really bad things happen, but things are getting back to normal, whatever some semblance of normal is. But we're still here on Saturdays because I love it. You guys feel like my best friends because I've shared more with you guys, honestly. My mom will come on and watch every so often, and she'll be like, I didn't know this. I didn't know this about you. I didn't know that about you. So there's so much I just share here with you guys. I do. I really feel like we're all friends. And I know a lot of you feel that way too, with me, which I love, but also with each other because you guys catch up with each other every week in the chat, which I think is just amazing. That's technology. And thank goodness that we had technology through that time. So that's what we're listing about. That's what I'm listing about is kind of that last 3+ years. I'm just looking at the chat really quick. Okay. Anyhow, I'm just gonna jump in because I'll get so lost in the chat that I can't do that right now. All right, so that is the list that we're doing. It's Layle by mail by the numbers, or it's actually more listing with Layle by the numbers. Because guess what? I'm gonna use our listing with Layle stamp set because that's perfect, right? All right. So I pulled out papers and product from Boho Sunshine. So Boho Sunshine, I've used a couple times. It is just a really fun, I call it a non-themey collection. So this was Boho Sunshine that we used last week on our things that made me smile this week list. And then this was Boho Sunshine here, my out of focus list, right? My out of focus list. So I thought it'd be fun to use again because it's just a fun, bright, cheery, happy collection to do this. So I will use this paper this will be another 2-page list. I will use this paper for one side of my list, and this will be more decorative, and this is where I will work with that stamp. And then I need to pick another paper that will be this side of the list, and that's where I'll put pattern paper down and then write my list on top of it. So let's see. Ashley said, I'm looking for a scrappy bestie. I'm the only memory keeper in my circle. Well, you are with people just like you here, Ashley. So I will tell you, it's been awesome. There are a couple of you that have actually met up in person and are now friends. Kim and Mindy, I'm talking to you. So whether you guys are here or not, I just think that's one of the coolest things that came out of it because they did not realize they both lived in the state that they lived in. They ended up being about an hour from each other, and they get together on a I don't know, frequent, every so often they get together in person and craft, which I just loved. Okay. I need a paper for this side. So I had started pulling out some papers, and then I'm like, oh my goodness, I ran out of time. So let's see what I might like to use. I've just pulled some papers out. I was going to use this paper on one of our last lists, and I didn't use it. But I had pre-cut it down already. This one is also really pretty. I tend to use a lot of butterflies. So I think maybe we'll go this route. we'll go this route, and then that way I'll pull in some of the pink, and it will kind of help to work that all together. So on these two lists, what I am going to do, I am going to work on these lists off of the page. So what I mean by that, I'm going to create these two lists outside. I'm going to move my traveler's notebook off to the side. So I will create those lists here. And then once they are done, I will adhere them back into the insert. The reason I do that, especially when I start to get this deep into an insert, is, yes, Gloria, those are both from Boho Sunshine. Both from Boho Sunshine. And if you want to see that collection, anyone, you want to see that collection any closer, click on the What I'm Using link in the description box of the video, and that will take you to that page on my website. You can see all the products. And if you are in the shopping mode, you can shop from there as well. Anyhow, once I get this late in a traveler's notebook insert, it starts to get a little bit difficult to work on the page just because of this, you know, it starts to bend at that point. So I'll put this off to the side and we'll work this way. So this one was already trimmed down. When I'm doing this, the inserts that I use are standard wide. So standard wide is 5 inches wide by 8.25 inches tall. With every traveler's notebook insert that you see on my website, there is a graphic that I put together that shows you the different sizes, comparison, little rectangles or whatever, side by side by side. So you can see what the difference is between an A6 or a standard wide, whatever it is, just to help you kind of get a better picture in your mind of what things are. So I use standard wide. I have A6s on my website. I have standard on my website, but I primarily use a standard wide. And when my own Layle by Mail inserts come out later this year, they will be standard wide. So I bring that up because when I am creating a pattern paper base, so a pattern paper base like this guy, that was a pattern paper base, I always trim to 4 3/4 by 8. The reason I do 4 3/4 by 8, if that is 5 by 8.25, that gets me a nice little white border all around. Okay, I have a nice little white border all around my page. It won't be there, but you know, it'll be here like this. So that gives me a nice white border all the way around. So this guy, I need to trim. Now, both of those papers came from a 6x8 paper pad, and 6x8 paper pads are what you primarily see me use when I'm working in my traveler's notebook because they are the right size, right? I just need to trim them down a little bit, but the height's good. The width needs to be trimmed a little bit, but the scale. So the paper is to scale, and this is the case with most manufacturers that make smaller paper pads, whether it's a 6x6 or a 6x8, the pattern is scaled down. So if I pulled out this exact same paper from Simple Stories that was a 12x12, it would look exactly the same, except for those little flowers would be scaled down to size. They'd be much larger, they'd be much larger on a full 12x12. So the nice thing about that is you're working in a smaller space. It's nicer to have the pattern kind of scaled down to what you're working on. Question, Lisa said, what size do you cut the inside page that you write on? It varies, Lisa, depending on how much of the background that I would like to have showing. Let's just take a quick little look here. Here's a good one to look at. That is 4 inches by 7, I believe, or 7 1/4. Let's look. Four by 7 1/4. That's what that one is. Sometimes I do 3 3/4 if I feel like I want to have a little bit more of a background showing. That's a different one. It really depends, but probably 4 by 7 1/4 is pretty standard. All right, so what Lisa's actually, I'll talk about that in a second. So I need to trim this down now to 4 3/4. So I need to figure out, if I go here, how much am I going to lose over here? Let's just see. Let's see what that looks like. I am going to lose, just visualize here. I will lose about that much. So do I still have enough color and pattern in there? I do. So I just wanted to see if I needed to be taking from both sides. But I really like that little piece up there. I like having that little yellow up there. And I don't know if I can get any of that. So we'll just do this. 4 3/4. There we go. Now, if you're working in a 6x8 and you cut that piece off, oh my goodness, save this piece. Okay, save it. Here's an example. This was my This Is Me Traveler's Notebook kit and class. But I will show you a couple of different ways how you can use that extra piece that you have left over. Look at that. That is one side, and I had two of the papers, so I just used from two of the papers that I had left over, made little accents along the side of whatever my list is. So your little pieces like that are great to use. There's one more that I want to show you. I think it's in this one. Oh yes, this one. So look at that. There, that paper I trimmed from a 6x8. Well, theoretically, it really was a 6x12, but let's pretend like it was a 6x8. But because I cut it down to 6x8. But what I had left, that was the piece I had left, and that was just the back side. Okay. So your piece that you have left over, if you're cutting apart your 6x8s, save it, because you could easily make a 2-page spread that goes very well together, and you just right here and make another list there or what have you. So sometimes I save those because I'm like, oh yeah, I'm going to use that again. I'm going to use that again. So put that in your little place wherever you keep all your things, all your goodies. All right. So now this is going to be the left side and the right side. Just need to think about that for a sec. And I like to round my outside corners. The reason I like to round my outside corners, God, that's hard to get out. The reason I like to round my outside corners is because the inserts that I use have rounded corners. So I round the corners. All right, there we go. So now I need to get out my white cardstock because I'm going to do my list over here on white cardstock. One of the things, if you guys are in the Facebook group, I know Terry had talked about this a while back. Oh, I just remembered something I didn't do. I need white cardstock. Well, hold on. Let me just walk over here and see if I have some over here. I have a lot downstairs, but let's look. Oh, here we go. Okay. We're good. Oh yes, I know a long time ago we had chatted about doing this, and Terry was thinking about doing it. But what we really need to do, somehow we need to figure out how to do a post in the Facebook group of where everyone is from, because then it'd be really easy for you guys to, figure out people that might be in your area. All right, so I need my white cardstock, and I think we can have a pretty wide border, or a pretty narrow border around that. White cardstock that I use. It is a Nina Bright White. Let's go to 7 1/4. So I do 8.5 by 11s, and I buy lots of sheets at a time. I buy them from Amazon, like 250 sheets at a time. There is a link in the description box of the video to the ones that I buy on Amazon. Some of you told me you didn't want to have to buy 250 sheets, and that you asked if I would carry them in smaller quantities. So I carry them now in smaller quantities. I have someone count out the sheets, 25 sheets, and then put them in a nice little resealable bag. So anyhow, but it's what I use. It's a Nina Bright White, and that's what I like to use. I also, when I do my swatches for my stamping, that is also what I use. You guys ask a lot what I use when I swatch those. So this Nina Bright White. 4. Let's try that. Is that what we said? 4 by 7 1/4, I think. Okay, there we go. There's 4 by 7 1/4. And if I felt like I needed more or less, I could, I can't have more. Well, I can have more if I recut again, but less, not so much. I mean, less I can have, but more, not so much. You guys know what I mean. You know what I mean. It is smooth. Shay, it is smooth. So some of it that you'll see, one side super smooth, the other side has a little bit of a texture. So really, anytime, if you have any kind of cardstock that's like that, I prefer writing and stamping on the side that's totally smooth, as opposed on the other side, this has a teeny bit of texture. So, and you can feel it. You can't, I guess you could see it, but you can feel it. It's not significant, but all right. So here we go. Here is, this is where I'm going to write my list, like so. Okay, we'll do our little, actually, I am not going to try to peel. I'm going to try to not. I might have to do this guy over. I would really like to bring in a little bit more color here. And so the way I'm going to do that, very carefully, lifting that up. I did pull up a little bit of the paper, but it's okay because it'll just get covered back up again. What I would like to do, I want to ink the edges of that. So let's take a look at our swatches. And let's see what we might want to ink. Now, I won't do like the blue or the green. That'll be way too crazy for me. I'll either do a yellow or one of the pinks. That's probably pretty close to saltwater taffy. So let's look, because I'll ink the edges and I'll show you what I mean by that. I'm going to say that's probably fossilized amber. Saltwater taffy, pretty darn close, huh? That's when you know you love and adore your Tim Holtz inks, when you start to look at a color and go, oh yeah, that would be fossilized amber. Let's see. Where are the yellows? Red, orange, yellow. Okay, it's after the oranges. There we go. Let's look at fossilized amber. There we go. Fossilized amber. I think I'll go with the yellow. I think I'm going to go with fossilized amber because there's so much of that color right there. I feel like I want to pull in a little bit of the yellow there. So what I'm going to do, I have taken my my little foam blending tool. I left, that's probably abandoned coral. I left that on there from probably the last time that I used it. So I need to put that away. Let's see, is it, oh, it's not abandoned. Oh, that's an extra. That is an extra one. I know that because abandoned coral is already there. And then I went, oh, one's missing. Spun sugar. So what I've done here, these are foam blending tools, or foam blending pieces. Oh, I don't know now. That's saltwater taffy. That's saltwater taffy. I need to figure out what I did with that one. Those little foam blenders I have inked up with their coordinating color. And this is how I organize all those little tops, okay? All those little foam blenders. This little kit is something that I have on my website. It is a storage kit for all of your little guys. I wish I could say this was my genius idea. It's not. It's my friend Amy's. And she said, I have this amazing product idea and I think that you should take it and run with it. And so I said, okay. So the little kits come with the box. They come with your pre-printed papers. There's different ink types. So if they're distress inks or distress oxides or other brands, but you have the kit is enough to hold 40 of those. So you have 2 sheets, you have 42 punched circles, and you have 40 of the little, what is that? Velcro pieces. And that's how I store all those. I labeled them all. Now, I don't do any of that work for you in the kit. You just get the part of it and you do all your own inking and stuff. And then separately you can buy the little toppers or whatever. But that's what I'm going to use. So I turn this over. I'm going to locate fossilized amber. And if you use these in your crafting, you know how hard it can be to know what color is what. Because if you have a bunch of these just floating around somewhere, you're like, oh my goodness, which one is fossilized amber? Where is this? Where is that? And you really don't want to mix them. You really don't want to use, I don't want to use this one along with carved pumpkin because those inks are going to blend together and I'm going to get a different color. So I don't want to do that unless it's something that I really want to do because it will contaminate. So this is what I do. I need to get fossilized amber out. That would be right there. Get fossilized amber out and I will take my little tool, my little dauber, and run that around in a circle. And I just come in and I'm inking the edges. That is like super easy, super easy. It's either when we're together next week or when we are together the first Saturday in June. I will be using foam blending tool in a stencil on a cool list. It's things I'm looking forward to this summer, and I'm using the Retro Summer Sunbeam Stencil. It's going to be really cool. We'll have a lot of fun with that. So I'll use this, in a little bit of a different way besides just, using it to ink edges. We did a list a while back that was kind of a fun one where I showed you, I made kind of little accents with just using this, that little foam blender. There we go. Let me just put this down and then I'll keep telling you about that. Oh yes, look at what that does. I mean, it totally changed the look, right? And now we're bringing in a little bit of the yellow. So it was a little bit too plain with the white. And inking edges, that's as easy as that, right? It is as easy as that. So let me get these guys out of the way. But one of the things that we looked at, where's my little tester notebook here? Let's see if we can find it. Oh, you can use these things, look at it, to make circles. And it's so easy. This is what you do. Here we go. Spin. So I could make, one of these days we should do a list where we create our own pattern paper just by doing that, right? Just by spinning. So your little tool can work multi-purposes for you. Okay, so there we go, much better. We needed a little bit of color there. I think, just so happened to open up to the page, that is the washi from Boho Sunshine. So I think what I will do, it might be fun to do that little rainbow, right? Let's do it. Let's put a little strip of washi along the bottom of that list. Let's just do a little strip. Let's just make that even. And just put that right down at the bottom. It'll be a happy little, just a happy little happy. If you like to do mini books and pocket page scrapbooking, I, as part of the sale, just released for pre-order a brand new mini book project kit using Boho Sunshine. And I priced it specially for this weekend. So it is a really, really good price, and that price will go back up on Monday. So it's fun. There we go. So now I need to figure this part out because I don't think that I want to stamp that directly on there. So I will probably end up maybe stamping it on, maybe we stamp on some cardstock and then maybe I write some dates under it or something like that. Oh, good. You guys I love it. You're making friends. I love it. Love it. Love it. Love that so much. Tracy's Treasures. Looks like Layle's getting into mixed media with making her own pattern papers. Yeah, is that what we call it? I am so not a mixed media person. It's just not me. I mean, you guys, there was a time back in the day when I first started stamping, I would only stamp with black ink. I just would only stamp with black ink. So that's just all I could do. I just couldn't get out of my own way. Now I stamp with colored ink. Look at me go. All right. Let me just outline that because that always looks so weird to me. It's just something I do. It was fun. Somebody a couple of weeks ago in the Facebook group said, Layle, I know that you used to do a lot of 12 by 12 scrapbooking. And I love listing, but I'm still a 12 by 12 scrapbooker at heart, and I would love to see some of your pages, and so I have my old blog that's still around. I posted a link to it. I answered her comment and posted a link to it. And then I spent like 30 minutes myself going back and looking through it, and it was so fun. Oh my goodness. It was so fun to walk down that memory lane and see all the old photos of the boys when they were little, and it was a lot of fun. But anyhow, there are some scrapbook pages back in there that dated back to like 2002, 2005, and I was outlining back then. I mean, it's just something I don't know. It's just it's kind of to me, it's just, I can't not do it. It looks really funny to me if I do not outline. So that's what I do. And it's literally everything. things look so funny to me if they're not outlined. So there we go. That's that side. And I will also outline the outside of this one just so it doesn't look unbalanced. All right, you guys. So I am curious. I didn't ask you guys a lot of questions this morning. I did a ton of talking, but I'm curious if you're watching live, tell me, what are you doing today? Like what's your day all about today? Are you working, playing, crafting? Are you listing with me? What is it? Tell me. I am very interested. Melissa, there's a video. If you go find that product on my website, there's a video that tells you all about it and shows you actually the process of how to put it all together, like how Amy approached it because it's Amy in the video, how she approached it when she if you were just starting to do all of that, how the best way to approach it. Cindy made 2 listing layouts this morning. I love it. Ashley's cleaning and listening. Pamela is cleaning her studio. Make a list of things she wants to do. Perfect. Crafting and listening. Playing. Hi, Mindy. Mindy's playing. TK is working on her This Is Me list. I love that. Betty is making Mother's Day and Father's Day cards. Decorative planning. Ms. L. Shirley's going to the Tulip Festival. Shirley, are you in Utah? Well, I'm sure they have tulip festivals in other places, but let's see. People are making lists, decorating. I love it. I love it that you guys are doing lots of things. Some people are catching up on their Christmas albums. That's what today is all about, right? That's what National Scrapbook Day, International Scrapbook Day, that is what today is all about. So I love that. Whatever crafting you're doing, it's good. Lori, her husband's making supper. I love that. Deborah's doing a like and different list for their dogs. I love that. So much of what we do, you guys, the listing topics that I pick, can go so many different ways. Back in February, I did a list of how Nick, my husband, and I are alike and how we're different. But look at that. Deborah took that exact same topic and she's doing it how our dogs are alike and different. So I love that. You can take something that we kind of do together and totally make it work for you. I just love that, Deborah. I love it. Lori is listening to her while she's putting all the stuff in her new camper. Oh my goodness, I love that for you, Lori. That is a fun exercise. I know, because we got one about 1.5 years ago. Not even 1.5 years, and that is a fun process. Oh, Mary said, happy scrapbooking day. Rough morning here. Ubering kids is a thing, but does it really need to be a thing, right? Lots of driving. I know. Those of you that are in that stage of life, just, you know what? It's going to go by. It's going to fly before you know it, and just relish it. I know that's hard to say, but just relish it. The time that when I was driving the kids places, some of the conversations you have they're priceless, right? They're priceless. So I know sometimes you feel like that's all you do, like you live in the car. Kim is trying to finish a kitchen remodel. Oh, that sounds fun. Mary's playing. Lori's making friends too. I love it. Michelle's working on her 2023 year in review traveler's notebook kit. Christina is working on a few candy jars for her son's fraternity. I like it. I'm very much Greek in our family. Well, Greek system, not Greek. Nick was in a fraternity and I was in a sorority. So speak of the devil. What? Nick's here.
Okay. Winner, chicken dinner. Who gets the win right now?
Oh, okay, somebody wins.
Lori. Lori does.
Lori.
What's on your list?
What's on my list? What? My list for a winner?
For the winner.
Next. Okay, Lori, guess what? So Lori, Nick walked in and said the comment, the most recent comment that was there, that was Lori. So Lori, guess what? Lori is the winner of the Lori, I know I just spelled it wrong. Lori wins the one of the, I should say, Love This Life Traveler's Notebook. So that's a cover, and it also has 2 inserts with it. So Lori.
And I'm doing a bonus prize for her.
For Lori?
We're going to do one of our new books.
Oh, one of our new books?
Well, yeah, I contribute.
One of our new books? I love it. Nick's like one of our new books. Yeah.
So put that on from Nick.
Lori, guess what? Lori also gets an idea book. Nick, you're so generous. I love it. That's so fun. Lori, so Lori, the way that you claim your prize, send me an email. Will you give me some more water, honey? Please, thank you, and put some of the lime in it. Thank you.
You want some wine in it?
No, not wine.
It's a little early for wine.
No,
Dear.
a little bit later for wine. Lime, I said. Lime, I said. Mandy, yes, Nick is the brains behind the book. He's so funny. He'll pop in the Facebook and group and go, oh, you guys, the lists that we came up for this weekend are awesome. You're really going to enjoy them. And I just look at him, I'm like, roll my eyes, whatever. Okay, honey, whatever. Lori, congratulations. You win the Traveler's Notebook and the Listing with Layle ID book. So Lori, send me an email, laylebymail@gmail.com. In the subject line, write winner, love this life TN and idea book, and include your address in the body of the email. We'll get that sent out to you next week. Elise, does he know what blush and mascara are? I don't know. I missed part of that. I don't know where that came from, Elise. Okay. So we also have, let's just do two more right now, okay? Let's do two more. One of these is a live prize and one is an after party prize. Okay, you guys know what after party is? That means you go after the video is over, leave a comment on the video. That's the after party. That way lots of people can have a chance for that prize. So there'll be two of these. One is a live prize and one is for the after party. This is a package assortment of 8 washi tape rolls from Heidi Swap's Storyline Chapters collection. So that is, so I need to write just that I mentioned this one right here. So I know that there's an after party of that one. And then this one goes to Beverly H. Beverly H, you win. Beverly H, guess what? Beverly H, you're a double winner because Beverly also won something this morning. So Beverly, after I send you your coupon code for that gift card, when you place your order, please, please, please write in the comments on that order to also include your Storyline Chapters washi prize, okay? All right, yeah, there's no limit. You guys, somebody...
So you got both my earlier ones?
Yes, I did,
Okay,
Jerry. Yeah,
perfect.
thank you.
I want to make sure we didn't miss them.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, thank you. Oh, hey, would you please go grab the mail? Carmen sent me a camera from the 1970s, and it's the mailbox right out here. Our mail, not the P.O. box. Okay, let me take a quick sip of water, guys. Okay, so you guys, it's totally random. Literally, all I do is go one big scroll in the chat, and wherever my finger stops, that's the person that wins. So Beverly, I don't know if you live in a land where gambling is allowed or they sell a lottery ticket, because I live in Utah and they don't do that here. No gambling, no lottery. But you're pretty lucky today. Maybe you should go pick up a lottery ticket or two. Will you open it for me?
Yeah.
It's here, Carmen. If you're here, it arrived. Okay, so I'm going to stamp the Listing with Layle on a piece of cardstock, and then I'm going to adhere it here. So let's see what we get. Yes, Nancy, got to keep hydrated. Actually, you know what, Nancy? It is. Coffee and tea are considered, you're hydrated because it's water. I mean, really, it's flavored water, but it's water. So you're absolutely, yes, at least to Gina Livy, for sure. Pick a horse, Beverly, pick a horse. I love it. Pick a horse. Okay, so, oh, I don't want to take that off quite yet because that is going to probably get me all, I'll get all discolored by that. I will get black all over myself. Don't want that. No black ink. All right, so here we go. I haven't stamped with black ink yet, have I? I don't believe I have. This is by far, hands down, my 100% absolute favorite black ink, and I stamp a lot, and I stamp with black ink a lot. It is a pigment-based ink, this Versifying Claret by Sukaniko. It is pigment-based ink, so remember how I call pigment-based inks kind of juicy inks? I just love this, so that's almost pretty much exclusively what I use when it comes to black. Carmen is doing Carmen by the numbers. It says, Carmen says she just looked, she's moved 23 times in 7 years. Okay, so here we go. I am going to ink that up. Oh my goodness. Okay, Carmen, this is really funny. Because, Carmen, Nick opened the box, and I see this off to the side. I'm like, oh, well, that she said Instamatic, but that's not really what I thought it was going to be. But look at, it is. It's serious. Okay, there's two things, just so you guys know. It's two things. This is, she sent this old school, right? Old school Kodak water and sport camera, because she had found them somewhere. But this one, this is the one, Carmen, look at it. Shannon said, how is that different from the regular VersaFine? So the VersaFine, is it, I don't know, because Melissa, I don't use the Shannon, I don't use the regular VersaFine. So I can't tell you what that one is. I can just tell you what this one is. This is a pigment-based ink. It's black, but the pigment-based ink is usually where your difference lies, at least for me, as opposed to a dye-based ink. But I don't know anything about the regular VersaFine. Maybe someone else does in the chat. But this, look at, I love it, Carmen. I love it. I love it. I love it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Carmen had reached out in the class, I think, and said, hey, my mom gave this to me and I won't do anything with this, and would you like it? And I said, oh my goodness, I would love it so much. If you guys, here, let's do this really quick. I'm just going to spin the camera for a sec. You know, this is what, when we get to the afternoon, Layle's all over the board, so we know that. It's okay. So if you haven't ever seen my collection up there, that is my collection. So this guy will be going into, so this is nice. When my craft room gets totally redone, this will all be built in and will all be redone. So I will have a little bit more room to have all of these lovelies, all of my collection of old cameras, my vintage cameras. That's so dusty up there, it's disgusting. So there we go. There it is, Carmen. Thank you. It's so fun. I love it. I love it. Okay, let's flip that camera again. Oh golly, that top of my hair doesn't look very good. You know what is going on? Oh my goodness, with the top of my hair. That is day 2 hair. That means I put a dry shampoo on the top of it, and clearly I did not blend that in well, friends. Yeah. Oh well, that's fine. That's fine. Okay. Okay, so Mary is also wondering about the difference. So this is what I need to do, you guys. I will do a little bit of research because I don't know anything about the regular VersaFine. So I will do some research, and I will, not today. I won't do that today, but I will do some research, and I will, I'll tell us next time. So I just need to add it to my little to-do list here. Difference between Fave Black and Reg VersaFine. Okay, I will do the research. Scrapped NH says she thinks that she looked it up and it's only rebranding with more colors. Maybe. That could be great. That could be great. Okay. All right. So here we go. Now I need to re-ink that. It's a weird noise out there. Carmen, thank you again so very, very much. Thank you. A true friend is someone who thinks you're a good egg, even if you are half cracked. I think we all know that there's some half cracking going on in my world. Oh, that sounded weird, half cracking. I'm definitely a cracked egg for sure. For sure. All right. So we need to re-ink that again because now I've been doing other things. So it's probably a little dry. So that's a tip. What is that noise? No, Nick's got the front door open for some reason and it's making a horrible noise. Something out there. All right, let's re-ink. And I am testing this. I always recommend that you test first. Now, I am standing. We were having a conversation about standing earlier. I am standing. I stand all the time when I work. I pretty much stand all day because I work all day and into the night. All right, so we'll talk about what happened there in a sec. When you are stamping, it's really important, I believe, that you stand. If you're not standing right now, if you are standing, I want you to sit down if you can. And I want you to move your arms, okay? Move your arms. When you're sitting and you are trying to stamp, I say you have T-Rex arms. You have these little arms that don't have a lot of range, okay? There's not a lot of range for you when you are stamping. If you stand up, now you have a lot more range because your arms have a lot more room to move. You have that leverage that you can press down when you're stamping to get a really nice stamped impression. If you stamp sitting, you have T-Rex arms. We don't want T-Rex arms when we're sitting. So if you are able to stand when you are stamping, I recommend that you do that. Now, what I need to do is I need to clean this stamp because last time I used it, before I put it away, I did not clean it. And you can see I've got some gunk in there down in the Y. That's one of the reasons why it's a really good idea to clean your stamps right after you use them, right? Because clearly I did it there. So I've got some little fur or lint or something in there that is getting in the way of what I would like to be a nice stamped impression. It could be that, I don't know, maybe last time I cleaned this, I don't know, maybe I cleaned it with a baby wipe, and so I have little lint on there. I don't know what it is, but I did not like the way that looked at all. Now I've stamped with this before, so it's already been conditioned. We talked about conditioning your stamps this morning. So if you don't know about conditioning your stamps, that's a very important step when you have a brand new stamp. You need to condition your stamps before you use them for the first time. So I just cleaned that. This is super important. You want to dry your stamp off. If you want to use it right after you clean it, and you've cleaned it with something that's wet or damp, you need to dry your stamp off. That, if you're not drying your stamp off after you clean and you stamp, especially with the pigment-based ink, which can be water reactive, like the Tim Holtz oxides are water reactive, if you don't completely dry your stamp first and you put something on there, that water is going to react with your ink, and it's not going to give you the outcome that you were looking for. I guarantee you, unless you know what you're doing and you are purposefully adding water because you want the reaction with the ink, which most of the time we're not. So drying thoroughly, and I just used a microfiber cloth. Microfiber cloth is awesome because there's no lint. Microfiber cloth equals lint-free cloth. I don't want lint on my stamp or it's going to affect the impression. So, and I wish I could say I left that dirty, you guys, so I could go through an example, but no, I just did not clean it before. So I think what we're going to see here is much, much better, much cleaner. So this will be a good learning. This will be a good learning tool. So let's go ahead. We stamped that again. I've got part of what's happening is part of it's the paper. Let me just move over to here. I'm going to use what I'm going to stamp on. Try it again. There's something going on. I know it's not the stamp because I've used that a bunch of times. Okay, I'm going to make sure I've got the soft side, not the other side, not the little bit texture. Now, that was me. That I did not get even pressure there. So let me do this one more time. Let me do it one more time. But this is going to be a good example to show you that the paper you're stamping on does make a difference, okay? The paper you're stamping on definitely makes a difference. Oops, oh, it doesn't really matter. But I want to put this over here because I'm not quite sure how I'm going to use it yet. The paper that you're stamping on totally makes a difference. Oh my gosh, Nick's unloading the dishwasher. Can you guys hear that? Ah! All right, well, I'm going to shut the door. That's an example of what you don't want to do. Yeah. And I also now just got black ink all over my finger. So let's try that again. Let's try it again. See, I'm just like you guys. It happens. It happens to the best of us, doesn't it? All right. So that looked pretty good, but it is, so I can see there is lint all over this, and I know why. There's lint all over it because when I last cleaned that, I cleaned it with a baby wipe that has lint all over it. So I'm still trying to get that lint out. So hang on 1 second. Uno momento, por favor. I probably need Nick to go grab that for me. I'm gonna have him go grab me a new one because that is just not working and I don't have the time to clean it. Okay, hang on. Hey Nick, can you come here for a second? Yeah. All right, time out. Can you say frustrated accident stamping? No, it's good. It happens to all of us. So now this is actually, I like it when things like this happen because we can work through it.
Oh my goodness, you need some help?
No, I don't need some help. Yeah, would you show us how to stamp, honey?
Oh my goodness, I don't be able to.
Shush up. Will you please do me a favor? Will you go get me another listing with Layle stamp, please? You know where those are? Okay, so when you walk in, you know, on the shelves right there, it's right. You'll see it right there next to the white squirrel shrine. Okay. Ashley said, I definitely need more stamping practice because I do it all the time, right? And that's, you know what, that's a thing. Practice, because practice makes perfect. The other thing that practice does is it helps you feel more comfortable with what you're doing, right? So you're not as worried that you're going to mess something up, right? You're not as worried that you're going to mess something up. And the other thing is if you are really nervous about stamping, then you know what? Stamp on white cardstock and then cut it out and use it on your project. So that way you're not worried about like totally ruining or messing up your project. This one is going to take some serious cleaning because I can see, I don't know if you guys will be able to see, but there's little lint. There's little lint all over that, which is giving us, you can see it. I don't know if you can see that, but like little, it makes it look kind of fuzzy.
So what we need to do, we need to prime the stamp first.
Oh, and how would you do that, dear?
So put it on your
You
little
guys,
block.
listen. Nick's going to teach us how to prime the stamp. He said we need to prime it first. Okay, here he is. Okay, what are we
Give me
doing?
some paper.
You need some paper? Okay.
I've never done this before. I'm going to make it up as I go along.
Oh, clearly. Okay.
This one we have to throw away now.
We're not throwing. It's not no good. We just need to clean it. I really need. I'm gonna have to like get a brush in there and clean it. All right. Here's Nick, friends. We'll see how this goes. All right. This is not planned at all. Yes, the expert is in the room. Quiet, please. Let's have some respect for the expert. Okay.
Well,
yeah.
I am the mastermind here.
You're the mastermind. Okay. Yes. All
We
right.
get on our block.
It's on the block.
Make sure.
Wait, you're putting it on 2 blocks?
Well, no, I just want to make sure it's secured properly to this block.
So you put it on another block? All right.
It needs paper now.
Oh, this is making me nervous. Okay, here you go. Here's some paper. I'm not going to touch a thing. I am not going to touch a thing here. Okay.
See, perfect.
All right. Okay.
I dare you to stamp when it looks better.
You dare me to stamp? Okay, well, look at, of course, I know Elise. Elise says, OMG, of course. Of course it worked. Yeah. All right, friends. So here's the deal. Let's talk about a couple things there that happened and didn't happen. Number one, Nick got really lucky.
No.
Number two. Yeah. Number two. So this was a new stamp. I mentioned that one. You guys look at the difference. And this is not Nick's stamping technique. What it is this one had lint all over it. Can you guys see how fuzzy that was? It had little lint all over it. This one is clean. It doesn't have lint all over it.
Lint, not my expert.
Oh yeah, okay. This is Nick's.
The expert stamping
Nick,
technique.
yeah, whatever. Okay, thanks, honey. Thank you for getting that for me. Okay, yes. Anyhow, oh my gosh, you guys, seriously, are you kidding me? I mean, you just walked out. Seriously, of course that would happen. Of course it'd be perfect. All right, so brand new stamp. He did not condition it first. Okay, he did not condition it first. The reason why that worked with this particular stamp is this stamp is basically a line drawing, right? So you don't have a lot of surface area that needs to be conditioned. So what I mean by that is if we look at a stamp like those numbers, lots of surface area on the stamp. So this stamp I did not condition first. I stamped with it. I stamped again because there were still places where the ink wasn't adhering. Stamped again. It took me 4 times to get a good solid impression because that's how long it took to condition the stamp. I just by stamping instead of, conditioning it like we did this morning or like we talked about. The reason that one turned out so well and didn't have to be conditioned because there's not much surface area to it. It's all outline. All right. So, of course, that did that. I can't even believe it. All right, now I need new cardstock because now I've got some shadowing there, which I don't want. I don't think I have enough room there. I wanted to have a little bit more room around it. So, let's do it again. Let's get a little bit more cardstock. I can't believe you did that. It's so funny. Oh, that is just a hoot. That is a hoot. Of course it would do that for him. Stamp with Nick. Yes. Let's forget our listing with Layle. Let's do stamping with Nick. All right, so here we go. Let's get that all inked up again and let's stamp it. Okay, here we go. There we are. Nice pressure, even pressure. There we go. Okay, nice and crisp. Everything looks really good. So that was actually, if your stamps are not giving you the result that you want, they really may need to be cleaned. Like when I looked at that up close, I could see there was lint all over that. Now that lint, even though I cleaned it off with my chamois, that lint was stuck there from whenever I last used a baby wipe on it, and that's what happened. So the other thing, if you're not happy with your stamped impression, check the paper you're using. Even though, actually, I'm going to stamp this one. I'm going to stamp this in this book because I want to show you too that the paper that you use makes a huge difference. If you're not happy with how your stamps look when you're stamping them, the paper makes a big difference, okay? So let's just do this right here. This is really thin paper, right? It's a composition notebook, so really thin paper. So look what this one does. You see that? It's not nice and crisp. It's because the paper is not a good quality. It's, you know, in a really thin composition notebook. So paper can make a big difference too. Your ink can make a big difference too. Yes, Nick deserves a prize. I know, isn't that so funny? It does. Pamela. I love, okay, Pamela Joy Invincible Studio said, I think part of the reason it worked great was because he didn't stamp with fear. You know what, Pamela, when I, with my project kits, when stamping, a stamp is part of my project kit, one of the things, I have a whole sheet that I include that we go through called like stamping with intention. You need to go in like you are not afraid. You gotta go, because as soon as the fear creeps in, as soon as the hesitation creeps in, that's where things start to go haywire. So absolutely, that is 100% true. Laura, Nick's prize is he's cooking dinner. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what we're having for dinner tonight. I don't know, maybe we should go out. All right. So here we go. I'm just going to trim this down and then we'll figure out what we're doing here. This list is going to last forever. This is a forever lasting list. It's like one of the everlasting gobstoppers. This is an everlasting list. Okay, maybe, I don't know. Let's just see. I'm not quite sure what I'm doing here. So I want to make sure to give myself enough room, although I probably should have just left it on there. All right, so here's back to our list. If you've just joined, we are, I am doing listing with Layle by the numbers. So this is a list of the numbers that are for Dandy. We are still on the first list. We had some technical difficulties stamping. I had a stamp that had a lot of fuzz on it, and then I dropped it, and then I had to get a new stamp because I didn't have time to really clean it off. And then Nick came in and decided he wanted to teach us all out how to stamp, and of course it worked out beautifully when he did that. Of course. All right. Yes, paper makes a big difference, Shay. Absolutely, paper makes a big difference. Teresa, I love it. Layle is Nick's prize. Yes, I'm going to tell him that. I'm your prize, honey. I am your prize. Pretty much could see an eye roll if I tell him that. I mean, you know, he loves me, but he'd be like, whatever. Whatevs. Okay. Although he wouldn't say whatevs. He would not say whatevs, I promise you. All right. So this is, I think what I'll do right here, I think this would work. I think maybe I'll just do a little bit of writing here about kind of what's happening. Like these are the stats numbers from when I first started. Yeah, I think that's what I'll do there. But one of the things I would like to do, the whole idea with these hand-drawn stamps from Christine at Pop Daisy Art is to, my collaboration, is to color them in. Okay, color them in. And you can color them in with a couple different things. You can color them in with markers. You can color them in with colored pencils. I am going to color this one in with colored pencils just because this particular color palette is really muted. I mean, when I mean muted, it's not like bright pink and bright blue. And the markers that I have would give me like a bright pink and a bright blue. So I want something a little bit more muted or toned down. So let's see. Let's see what we have here. I need a, like that salmony color. I have not swatched these pencils yet. I need to swatch these because I have no idea what the colors look like, right? I have no idea. I have other colored pencils of mine that I've swatched. Let's just see what that looks like. Oh, hey, that looks pretty good, doesn't it? That'll work. That's a pretty close match. So I think we'll do, how about if we do this right here? As I'm starting to color in this stamp, there's a couple things that you need to be aware of if you are going to stamp and then color. Whether you are stamping and then coloring with watercolor, or you're stamping and coloring with a marker, or you're stamping and coloring with a colored pencil like I am here. You need to be aware of the type of ink that you use to stamp with. In this case, I stamped with a pigment-based ink. One of the properties of a pigment-based ink is that you need to let it dry. Oh my gosh, Nick's in the chat now. Oh boy, somebody take his phone away. Pigment-based ink takes a minute to dry. So what I would not want to do, I do not want to stamp and then right away start coloring in. I mean, I can wait a minute. It's not that long, but I don't want to start to stamp and then right away color in, because that ink is not dry and I'm going to pick up parts of the black here, pull that into my color, and I don't want to do that either with my pencil or marker. So make sure it dries first. Now, if you've tested before, that's a great way. Go back to your test and color in and make sure everything's okay. Oh, I didn't test this first to see if that's a good one. I think that works. It's a lot brighter. It's a lot brighter than that blue, but that's okay. That'll work. Or teal, or whatever you want to call that. So usually I end up coloring in this one. I stamp black and then color. But you could absolutely stamp with a color, right? You could stamp any of these, the hand-drawn stamps, with a color. And then not even have to color in if you didn't want to. Okay, that works. Okay, I'm keeping all those there in case I want to do more coloring somewhere. I have a yellow. Let's look at the yellows. Oh, guess what? This is the yellow I bet I need. I broke off the tip. So let's get our little pencil sharpener out. If you like working with colored pencils, this pencil sharpener is amazing. It's just a Prismacolor. I have these on the website, but they even work. That just broke again. They even work with your, like Tim Holtz, the watercolor pencils. Let's try that again. Oh, maybe I should go in the smaller one. That's probably why. There are two sized sharpeners for your regular size pencils, and then for your thicker pencils, not thickers, but thicker pencils. Okay, there we go. There we go. All better. All better. All right, let's see if we like this one. Oh, I think that will be nice. Let's do it. Let's do it. Maybe we'll put a little yellow up here. And then maybe we'll put a little yellow over here also. Okay, and then maybe we'll even put a little yellow up here. Then I need to find a really light pink color. If I am trying to go with the same color palette there. Let's see if we have something that's super light pink. Oh, we do, lots of them. Like a blush color. Nick, my work, I do all these designs during the week, so Layle can present them. Yeah. If that was the case, then it should take me nowhere as near long to do these things when we do the lives as it does, right? It should take nowhere near as long if everything was pre-designed. I keep saying, okay, buddy, put your money, that's too close. I keep saying, okay, buddy, put your money where your mouth is. If you want to say that you do all the things, you come in and give us a lesson. Although that kind of backfired when he just did, didn't it? When he just did. Yeah, whatever. Okay, here we go. There we go. All right, so we pulled in a little bit of color. It looks totally different now, doesn't it? It looks totally different than when we first did it. How do you open it? Oh, Mimi. Look at, see right there, there's that little indent right there. Just the lid pops off, little indent right there. It's kind of like, it's kind of like when we were little kids and you'd go pick dandelions and go, Mama had a baby and the head popped off. And you'd do that and you'd make the little top of the dandelion pop off, just like that. Oh, that's funny, I love it. And I'm not making fun of you at all. I once, a long time ago, had to ask someone how to use a glue dot because I was trying to use my fingers to get it off. Nick, but seriously, folks, that's nice, sweetie. Okay, Betty said Nick's humor is so much like your husband's. I love that. Okay, all right, here we go. So now I am going to color in some of those letters, but I'm going to do two things. I'm going to do a couple things. Number one, I am just going to take my pink colored pencil and there's nothing to color in there, right? There's really nothing to color in. I just wrote over the top with that light pink colored pencil, and that totally changes the look of that so much, right? Totally changed the look by just writing over it with colored pencil. We did something like that last week on one of our lists, this one. So I hand wrote things that made me smile this week. I came back in with a marker and took a yellow marker and just wrote right over my words, and that made a huge difference. So that's what it would look like without the marker. That's what it looked like with the marker. So any of your writing that you do, or if you're stamping words, take whatever color you have, whether it's a pencil or whether it is a marker, and write over it. It just totally changes the look. A lot. All right. So now I need to have an order here. We'll start with blue. And then I think we'll go, I don't know. I'm not going in the order of the rainbow at all. Let's go green. And then let's go yellow. And then we go light pink. Uh-oh, guess what I did? I put it away. I think it's this one. Oh, it is, because you can see. Light pink. Oopsie, I just did the eye. I guess the T and the I. Whoopsie. Oh, well. The T and the I are now both colors. And then I do the kind of corally color. And then we go back to blue. Now, if you haven't seen these stamps before, all of the stamps in the release are like this. They're all hand-drawn by Christine. There's an alpha, so an alphabet. So you can stamp your own letters, color them in. If you don't want to color them in, you could stamp and then just stamp with colored ink and then just have the outline be a color. But I think they're so fun. They're so fun. Okay, a little bit more yellow there. Uh-oh, I just broke that again. This one, that pencil I must have dropped it or something because it keeps wanting to, that little lead keeps wanting to break on me. Okay, and then we get the coral. And then we're back to the blue again. Okay, there we go. Now I made it like totally blend in. And it looks so different than when it was just plain old boring black, right? Plain old boring black, and now it's like all perky. All right, let me put these guys away. Although I probably, oh well, I'm putting them away. I'll be able to find them again if I need. Hi, Carly Jordan. Let's see, Mari says she loves to color. Me too, it's very relaxing, right? The paper that it centers, that one, yeah? The coloring in really makes a difference. I agree, I think so too. Let's see. That was a kid's song. Those pencils I have on my website. Okay, here we go. So I'm going to leave this alone for a minute while we focus on the list. So I think I will have a title here that says the numbers. And guess what I can do? It's gonna take a little bit longer, but that's okay because I think it will be, it will look very nice. I am going to take the Willie alphabet stamp. That is also one of my new stamps, a collaboration with Christine at Pop Daisy Art. And I am going to, I will just write the word the, but I will use this for numbers. And then this is where I'm gonna put all the numbers. So, I need a small stamping block, probably this little guy. I think I'll use the uppercase N because over here the L's are uppercase. And so we will use the uppercase N. Like we use that guy. Now, I like to do this a little bit differently. Sheila, these are not watercolor pencils. I have other watercolor pencils on my website. These are not yeah, they're not watercolor pencils. I do have some watercolor pencils on my website, including the Tim Holtz ones. Yeah, no, these are just regular old colored pencils. Drawing, coloring, and crafts. Yeah. Okay. So I could stamp this word one of two ways. I could put all of my stamps on the stamping block at once and stamp numbers all with one word. That's not the way I do it. It's just because I'm weird. I don't like the way that looks. I like my letters to be much closer together than I can get them if I am putting them all next to each other on the stamping block. The reason for that is every stamp is going to have some extra rubber around it. So it is going to make it, I can only get so close with the next stamp because the extra rubber that's here and the extra rubber that's going to be next to the U is going to make double extra space. And I like mine to be very close together. So I stamp them one by one. It takes a little bit longer, but then that way I get the look that I want. So what I need to figure out though is I need to kind of get a feel for N-U-M-B-E-R. So I'm gonna have to go pretty far over to the left for them to all fit. So let's see. Now what I can do, because I wouldn't use cardstock to do my testing, but this has been my kind of playground. So we might as well continue to use it. Notice how I tested that very first. All of these have been conditioned. So when I get a brand new stamp set, I condition them all at once. And the easiest way to do that, I just do this whole thing. I just take my eraser, gently erase over the top, and then take my chamois and wipe over the top, and then take my microfiber cloth and dry over the top. So I can do that one foul swoop as opposed to each individual one, right? All right, now I'm just going to help the cleaning process, get some extra ink off of that, and there we go. I didn't get that like super clean. That'll be good enough. All of my stamps are made in the US, so they are photopolymer stamps. There's definitely a difference between a photopolymer stamp and an acrylic stamp. One of the differences that you see is price, because the process of creating a photopolymer stamp versus a acrylic stamp, the manufacturing process is quite a bit different. Doing photopolymer stamps, it is a more expensive process, but what it gives you is a much cleaner, crisper stamp, a stamped impression when you are stamping. Most photopolymer stamps are made in the US. If you can find stamps that are generally less expensive, like pretty good rule of thumb, I better get this out of the way. Pretty good rule of thumb, if you are buying a 4x6 stamp set for $6, they're totally great, it's totally fine, it is going to be an acrylic stamp. So nothing wrong with it, it's just a different manufacturing process, and with that process you don't quite get the crispness. All right, or maybe I want to do an M, a big M. I think I'm going to do a big M instead. This is where you want to make sure that you spell things correctly, right? The backing card, which backing card? Mrs. Allen asked a great Question, Mrs. Allen. One thing, I'll tell you this, and then I will restate your question. I will answer it. There is a video here on my YouTube channel called Intro to Traveler's Notebooks. I would recommend, if you are new to Traveler's Notebooks, going and watching that, because you will learn so much from that. And then I give you a ton of different examples on things that you can use a Traveler's Notebook for. So she asked, is the paper thick? Mrs. Allen, that is like asking if the pages in a book are thick. It depends on the book, right? Some books have thick pages. Some books have very thin pages, like a Bible has a super thin page. So it's really going to depend on the manufacturer. It's going to depend on who made it. And sometimes they're thin, sometimes they're not as thin. A brand that a lot of people recognize is called Moleskine, Moleskine, I believe. Theirs are pretty thin, You get a lot of pages in them, absolutely, a ton of pages, but they're pretty thin. The ones that I use, that I carry on my website, the paper is definitely thicker. It's not super thick, but it is thicker. So that is, it's a great question. It's one that's a little bit harder to answer. It's a little bit harder to answer just because it can vary. That's a B, right? B, yeah, that is a B. Wow. I promise I know my letters. Oh, okay. Here's another tip. While you, when you're stamping, good idea to have a damp paper towel or a wipe or something out, because these wipes, I need to donate them to a school or something, because now I have that little lint all over my hands from those. Have something that you can clean your fingers off with. I just looked down and I've got black ink all over my fingernails. Yeah, I have black ink all over my fingernails. So, B, gosh, that looks so different to me. That's a B, right? Why does that look so different? Yes, it's a B. Wow. But you don't want to carry or transfer your ink, whatever color it is, onto your project, right? So good idea to make sure that your fingers are clean. Fingers are clean, clean fingers. We want clean fingers because we don't want to get black fingerprints on our project, or all of a sudden we are a mixed media artist. Once we start putting black fingerprints on our projects, we have now moved to mixed media. All right, so there's a couple different E's. This one has an open center in the E. I'm going to have that open center because then that gives me more places to color in, right? Okay, and we need 2 more letters, guys. We're almost done. We are almost done. Tracy, that's a good point. Tracy said, Mrs. Allen, there are mixed media inserts that you can get for a little more money that have thicker pages. Yes. If you are doing watercolor or any kind of wet medium that you want to add, besides, ink, the pages are much thicker. They are designed to not hold water, but to, be used with wet mediums. And I do have those on my website. I think we'll go with a big R there. I like mixing cases sometimes. Sometimes you have to mix, well, with stamping, you don't have to mix cases, because that's the nice thing about having stamps is you never run out of a letter, and you can always have any color that you want as long as you have the ink color. But sometimes when it comes to having alphabet stickers, sometimes out of necessity you have to mix case, right? Sometimes you have to mix case out of necessity because you run out of a letter. Okay, just about done. Now we're gonna get our little S out. S is in Sam. Here's our little S. Lisa said, I'm squirreling bad. I can't seem to complete a project. Some days, right? Some days it's just the nature of the beast. It's what happens. Some days you have to walk away, right? Some days, you guys with me, like sometimes, and it happens every so often when we're together and I'm working on a list and it is just not gelling. I'm like, oh, this is just not happening. And I fuss with it and I'm finally like, you know what, you guys, I'm going to finish this one later. Not this one, but I'm going to finish this one later because it's not working for me and I'm getting frustrated. And that happens, put it away. Like put it away, come back to it the next day, come back to it a couple hours later. So much better to come at it with fresh eyes. Sometimes it just can't be forced. I did a little operation on this stamp. This stamp was a colon, and I cut it apart so I could make little dots. So I'm making a little dot, like a little period here at the end of my my little word, okay? The numbers. So this is going to say, I said I was already going to explain it over here. So I will just write the in that little space right there. Okay, let's get rid of this. Let's write the. There's the. And I'm going to take out my little handy dandy ruler, and I will make a little line here to differentiate that from when I start writing. And now I've got to, golly, I think I just had my nails done last week. Now I got the black all over them. Just try to get that off a little bit. Shay said she can't wait for her order. Mimi said, how did you know that was going to fit so perfectly? Mimi, I eyeballed it. I put the end down and then I was just like laying them over, kind of looking, and I'm like, yeah, it'll fit. I think it'll fit. It's probably dumb luck though. Honestly, dumb luck, right? Let's call a spade a spade. Dumb luck. I'm no fancy. I don't know what I'm doing. It was just dumb luck. All right. Let's put this guy back so we don't lose it. And let's put the stamp set away. We want to put things away right after we use them. It just makes it, your stuff stays together. Your stuff stays together that way. And I put that in my little stamping sleeve. And this one will go night-night for the night. Night-night for the night. Okay. Off you go. And then I'm also very quickly, let me just clean this, okay? Now my stamp chamois has had its workout today. It has had its workout. Okay, I'm just gonna get this off. I will clean that later. My stamp chamois is not wet enough anymore, so I'm going to have to do the bell for Nick and have him come in and clean that for me. Okay. So here we go, and I'll do some decorating in a moment. Oh no, we need to color those in. We need to color those in. So of course I put all those pencils away, didn't I? That's all right. That is okay. I will write this one with the. So I add a little color to my own handwriting. So I just did that right there. Can you wash it, Mimi? You know what? I don't know. I assume so. I will find out. Well, you know what? I don't see why not. Yeah, you can, because that's how it dries. It dries and it's really stiff. And then the way that you rehydrate it is wet it again. I don't know if you can add like detergent to it. That I don't know about. I don't know if that would affect, it in any way. So I do not know that. If anyone knows that, then pipe right up, okay? I just shouldn't have put those little guys away, but I think I can tell which ones they are again, based on how worn down they are. Oh yes, and this one's been sharpened, so we can for sure tell on that one. And then it was that one. And then the blue one, I think, was right here. I just didn't press very hard. Okay. You guys, for me, colored pencils are safe, okay? Colored pencils are safe because they're not wet. There's no mixed media involved in that, and I feel pretty comfortable with that. So if you really don't want to mess with markers or, watercolors or things like that, your colored pencils are a safe bet. They are a safe bet. And I'm going Roy G. Biv here, so the order of the rainbow, which is red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. If you've ever heard somebody say Roy G. Biv and you didn't know what that meant, it's just an acronym for red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. So I've got light pink, kind of orangey, yellow. There's not really a green, so we'll move over to this blue. Light bluish. And then we'll move over to the more, royal blue? I don't know. Indigo. I guess indigo is more of a darker blue. I don't know. Who knows? And then violet's purple, right? Okay, and then we're back to this one again. Back to that one. So yes, we've had some nice relaxing coloring today, or I have. Oh, and you know what? We need to do a prize. It is prize time. So I am going to finish, coloring these last two little pieces. And then it is prize o'clock. Prize o'clock. Okay, there we go. All righty, that's a lot of color. Actually, let's just do this. Let's leave these out in case I decide to do anything else. All right, prize o'clock. Let's see what is next on the prize list. Oh, guess what? 2 more idea books. If you missed out this morning, I think, let's see, today, I'm doing 8 idea books. So I have 8 idea books I'm giving away today. Well, in the videos. 4 of the 8 were very generously donated by an anonymous person. She reached out about 3 weeks ago and said, I would like to buy 4 idea books from you, and then I would like to have you give them away for the community. And I said, oh my gosh, that is so wonderful. And I said, can I name you? And she said, I would prefer to remain anonymous. And I said, I will honor that. So thank you again to our anonymous benefactor. And it's not, someone asked before if it was the same person as before. It's not. It's a different person, which is so awesome. As before, when we did the big giveaway on the 23rd, and that person wanted to buy Traveler's Notebooks from me and then remain anonymous and then give them away. So 4 are from that person. So let's do 2 more now. 1 is for the after party. So 1's for the after party. And so I just need to write down that I mentioned that so I don't forget. Mentioned that one. And the one for today, or this one, stops at, I'm going way back, stops at Cheryl Bowman. Cheryl, are you here? Cheryl Bowman. Cheryl Bowman, you are the lucky winner of a brand new Listing with Layle idea book. Cheryl, if you have already purchased that, just let me know and I will swap it out for oh, you're here. Yes. Cheryl, if you've already purchased one, no big deal. You don't have to have 2. I will just swap it out for a $25 gift certificate to my website. So, shoot me an email, laylebymail@gmail.com. In the subject line, put winner idea book and then, give me your mailing address in that and we'll get one shipped out to you this week. Remember guys, there's also another one in the after party. All right, there we go. So now, should we start listing? I mean, come on already. Should we start listing? I think we should. There'll need to be some more decoration here though. Maybe we should decorate a little bit more because the decorating, well, it's all fun, but the decorating is really fun, right? So, I had pulled from the die cuts. So you've been staring at the paper forever now, right? So I had pulled from the die cuts. There are 3 die cut packs with the Simple Stories collection, Boho Sunshine. The regular bits and pieces, the journal bits, and the floral bits. So the floral bits, look at, it's mostly these things. So, well here, you can see what it looks like here. These are the floral bits. Look how fun. Rainbows and butterflies and mushrooms and smiley faces and loads of flowers. So I pulled out a bunch of those. I think this little smiley would be really fun. Maybe at the bottom right there. We'll see. I don't know. It might not be okay because we kind of have round and round. I'll probably end up using this somewhere else. Maybe just like, I don't know. We'll see. I think I don't like it here. I know I want to use it, but I think I don't like it there because round and round. Sometimes you might pull something out that you think that you'd really like to use it. And then you're like, it doesn't look right, but I don't know why. 2 are the same shape. For me, that's why. Sammy, that is their studio series. So it's a studio series and you see those on my website. Also linked in the one I'm using. Okay, so really fun. Like look at the fun flowers and things. I think we need to pull some of those in because they're just so bright and cheery. They're just so bright and cheery. Oh, maybe no, because no. Maybe that goes there. Maybe we need a little cluster, like a good cluster. That's a floral cluster. Floral clusters are good. Maybe this guy goes up here and these two go here. Oh no, too much yellow. I think we need that up there. We'll just do a little bit of layering here. Oh, look, we can overlap them a little bit maybe. This one will bleed off the page, so I'll have to, let's just do it. That one's going to bleed off the page. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to pull out a really awesome little thing. This is called highlighter tape. Highlighter tape is a removable alternative to permanent highlighter pen. Basically, if you're highlighting in a book, you can highlight with the highlighter tape, but it's removable, so it's not permanent, right? So let's say you're borrowing a book from the library and you want to highlight passages as you're reading and then maybe make notes on them later. But you can't do that in a library book, you can with highlighter tape. The reason we use it here is for a totally different purpose. I use it with die cuts. If I had maybe a die cut title, maybe letters, maybe I wanted to spell fun and I had F-U-N. And they were all individual die cuts and I wanted to lay them down where I wanted, but then I wanted to be able to pick them all up together and put adhesive on them and then put it back down so they stayed where I wanted them to. That's when I would use highlighter tape. So normally you would just pull it off the roll like what you would regular tape, but it's reusable because it's removable, it's reusable. So I reuse it and just put my pieces all over the little dispenser. So here it is. I'm going to pull this little piece off. The reason I'm pulling this off, actually I might need a bigger piece. The reason I'm pulling it off is I kind of like the way that these two die cuts are intertwined. Sometimes you work really hard to get your layers all together and you get them and you're like, okay, now that's great, but now I have to pick them all up individually to put my adhesive on. If you do something like this, now those are one piece. I can pick them up as one piece. Now I can put my adhesive on there as one piece, right? I'm going to use my little glue pen. I can put my adhesive on as one piece. And then I can place them back down again as one piece. Now, you can do this sometimes with washi. So you can do it sometimes with washi tape. Sometimes it does not work. It can depend on the type of paper that the die cut is, how it was printed. Sometimes you'll lift the washi up and it will lift up part of the ink on the printed paper. Sometimes it will lift up part of the paper itself that was on the die cut. So if you use something like that that's designed to be repositionable, then there's no fear because it will come right back up again. And then I just put it right back on there and save it. So there we go. That was probably a simpler example, but like I said, if you have a long word, summer, not too long, but let's say you have the word summer and they're all individual die cut letters. You get them exactly where you want them, but then you have to pick up each one, put your adhesive on it, and then put it back down. By putting a strip of that across and then picking it up as one solid piece, and then that just makes it a lot easier. Makes life a lot easier. Now we're just playing. We're playing because those look really plain to me. They look really plain to me. So guess what I'm doing? Look at how much more that stands out, those two petals, than all of those. So I just outlined them. If you're outlining something like that, just go slow, because what you don't want to do is accidentally go onto whatever it is, right? You don't want to go onto, and I'm bound to do it because I always do it, because I go too fast. I don't know. I'm not sure if I want to go for that one. I guess I need to because it will probably look really funny if I don't. If I was nervous about doing this, I could probably take my little foam blender with some black ink and just ink the edges. I could ink it really any color that way, but you can do this with alphabet stickers. You can really do it with any kind of sticker or die cut if you wanted to. But the other thing this does for me, it now kind of ties it a little little bit in more with the look of the title, right? Because those are outlined and now that's outlined. So it seems to kind of go together a little bit more. At least it does in my book. All right, I think I better outline these because it looks funny that some are outlined and some aren't. That means I better also outline this. That little part might look a little odd, but. Okay, there we go. Okay, now we need to do the numbers. Let's do the numbers, okay? Let's do the numbers, and then we just might need to move on to our next list. Because this one's taken forever because of all my stamping and coloring, but it's part of the process. Dora, this one is called Boho Sunshine. It's in the link. It's in the what I'm using link. All right, so let's. I know what I can do for my bullets. Well, I might not need bullets. I need to think about, so let's talk about the numbers. This is what I had pulled out. These are the numbers that I thought would be fun to capture. And if you are just joining, I am listing about our numbers for the last year, or not last year, basically going back to March 21st, 2020, when we first started doing this. So the first one is it's been 1,141 days since that very first Saturday. So what I need to do is I have days, I have number of lists, I have how many Saturdays we had, I have how many videos there are, I have how many minutes or hours, so I can decide. I have both minutes and hours. I have the number of likes and the number of views. So how many times the videos were viewed. So that's what I have. That's basically captures all of the Saturdays. So I have I think I'll do hours instead of minutes. It's just, so I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have 7 things that I need to write right here. So I think what I'll do, I don't want to stamp anything. I don't have enough room. I don't think I want to use any stickers either because it will take up too much room. I think what I will do is that I will write each of those things, like I will say days, and then I will write next to it. But I will somehow highlight each of those. So I'll probably just take my colored pencil and write over the top of that word, whichever I want to call out. So first thing is days. Days, 1,141. 1,141. I can already tell part of this is not going to work for how I want it to, but that's okay. Number of lists. 338. 338 lists since we first started doing this. Number of Saturdays. There have been 111 Saturdays. Videos. There have been 114 videos. Hours. Any guesses as to how many hours? If you guys have been with me the entire time, any guesses to how many hours of listing it's been? There's been a lot. There has been a lot of hours. There has been, Tracy, you give me far too much credit. Tracy's at 800. At one point, we're about 365 hours. 365 hours. That was 21,902 minutes. So that averages out to be roughly 3 hours every video, and interestingly enough, roughly about an hour a list, which is interesting. Hours, 365. Then we have 2 more things. We have views and we have likes. Okay, you guys, views is going to be in the, I'm going to say, well, for sure in the hundreds of thousands. In the hundreds of thousands of views. Is that crazy? That's kind of crazy to think about, in the hundreds of thousands of views. So that one I'm still tallying. That one's going to take, I'm about, I want to say halfway done tallying that, and I do the views and likes at the same time. I found a faster way to get at some of this stuff. So that's what we're looking at. So I think what I will do, I'm going to take this guy and I'm going to do I'm going to use that same color. I hope I like it. So I'm just calling out. Now you really notice it, right? Because it was kind of a little bit harder to tell the difference between what that was and then what the numbers were. I'm just writing right over the top of it. So views and likes I will have done, tallied by next Saturday when we're together. And if you are doing this list and you would like to know what those are so you can add to your list, you can. We talked earlier about some alternative things that you could add for that. Oh, I know what I need to do. If we pull in, I'm thinking I am going to do that same thing, but with yellow on, actually, real quick, is it still loaded up? It still is. So I am going to outline this guy, not outline it, but ink the edges in the same thing. So that will tie both of those pieces a little bit closer together. This stamp set. So I have been using, well, in the insert that I'm working in right now, I use this stamp set as the intro page to this insert. And I know some of you guys do that too. All right, there we go. Oh, much better. Doesn't that look so much better? Isn't that crazy? By just adding a little bit of extra color there, it just makes such a big difference. Such a big difference. All right. So this is where I'm going to tell the little story, okay? Oh, let me see. Look at Shan's girl. Layle. Oh, how many exclusive products? I love it. I'm going to do that. I need to count that one too. I don't know that offhand. I love that because you know what? When this first started, you know how many there were? 0. Zip, zilch, 0 buckets, whatever that word is. There were 0. There were no exclusive products. I didn't have my own products. Like I said, if you had told me any of that back then, I would have told you you were crazy. I would have asked you what you were smoking. Products. Okay, love it. I need to count. I need to count that. Love that. Great suggestion. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Shan's girl. Hi, Kylie. Nice to see you. Carrie said, remember to like the video. The number of likes and the number of people watching aren't anywhere close to each other. Yes, right? And actually, there should be. So I think what we're seeing though, Carrie, like I see 14 right now likes, and I know there are more than that. That may have something to do with when it's live, you can't see everything. That I'm sure there's more than that, but there are a lot more people watching than that because I can see right now there's 188 people watching right now. So we should have at least 188 likes. We should have even more than that because not everyone has been here the whole time. So there have been more than 188 people here since the beginning, right? Because there have been people that have been coming and going. Sarah said she 122, 123. Now we better see like 800,000. 800,000 likes. Let's see if we can get there. No. I should include an entry for my new book. An entry. Like here? I will for sure do something about that. Absolutely. Okay. Oh, this is turning out so bright and colorful. It's turning out so different than I thought it would. All right, friends, I will, I'm going to come back in. I will add my little journaling here. I'll kind of explain what this list is all about and the date. What I need to do though, I just need to maybe, let me look and see what time it is. 4:19. Okay, we're good. We are totally good because we were going to do 4 things this afternoon. 5? I don't remember. We were going to do 5, I think. But we are not going to do one of them because I just didn't have a chance to get it ready. So we'll talk about that in a second. Actually, I probably need to wait. I probably need to do my writing here before I add anything else because I'm not sure how this will work. Okay, so let's just leave that. Look at how cute. I've got all kinds of little flowers here. I didn't even pull everything out. Well, my little smiley face, I don't know. The smiley man may not make it on. He may not make it on the page. So let me grab, I think we're done with these for now. So let me put these away. And as I'm kind of looking over here through a couple more things, let's just talk about, orders mailed out. Guess what? That's a good one. I'm gonna do that. Orders. So we just hit, I just hit, you guys with me. We just hit last month 20,000 orders. And guess what? I don't do like free downloads as a product. So those are 20,000 orders that somebody paid for, which is awesome. I'm flabbergasted. So now it's up to 20, I don't know, after today. I think we were getting pretty close to 21,000. So, but I love that. I will do orders for sure. And then, yeah, somebody said published books. One. That was one more than last week, right? One more than last week. All right, so I just got to do this so I remember which one that is. So as we start to wrap up this list, one thing I want to mention again, you may not be doing this same list as I am, but you could absolutely make a list like this work for you. So a couple of you have like counted up things. Someone said that they had moved so many times in so many years. Carmen, in 7 years, she'd moved 20 some odd. Okay, I will do this. I'll write books. I will do it. Because guess what? I had that extra space, didn't I? Books. And then I can say 1. There we go. Normally I do a number there, but I thought it'd look better with that written out. So you can do this type of list for you. Absolutely. If you don't want to do a Layle by the numbers, I don't blame you because, but you could do, the different, how many places you've lived, how many miles apart you've lived. I mean, how many years you've been married, or how many years you've been in a relationship, or how many years you've been single, how many years you've been divorced. I mean, it could be so many things. It could be so many things. But you could do yourself by the numbers, or you could do your kids by the numbers, grandkids, pets. There's so many things like this that you could do. This, you guys, is just another way of telling a story, right? In my book, I talk about how making lists, lists tell a story. They really tell a story. If you look at, let's just look. If you go and look at, hang on. If you go and look at this, these are lists of my childhood injuries. That absolutely tells a story. Are you kidding me? I had to rack my brain. I had to ask my mom. I had to think about it. My friend Karen, who does not list with us, she's crafty, but not like this. She doesn't do this kind of things. That was her suggestion. She said, hey, have you ever done a list about childhood injuries? Every single list that you guys do, it tells a story. It can have photos. It doesn't have to have photos, but what we do, listing, is telling a story, right? So I say in my book, make the list, tell your story, you won't regret it, okay? Make the list, tell your story, you won't regret it. All different kinds of stories. And they're easy to tell because I didn't have to worry about the wordsmithing, right? Let me tell you, writing 2 pages in there, the hello and why I list, a lot of wordsmithing. So this is so much easier because then you're not, worrying about what you're saying. You're just the facts, right? It's just the facts, ma'am, just the facts. All right. So I think it's probably time to move to our next list. We have spent a ton of time on this one. So I will finish it up between now and when we're together again next Saturday. And we'll look at the finished list next Saturday. So I am going to put it into my insert. I learned that the hard way. Even though I'm not done with it, I need to put it in my insert because if I don't do that, eventually that list ends up somewhere and I totally forget it. And then later I find a half finished list and I'm like, oh my goodness, that was not a good idea. So I'm going to go ahead and put it in. While I'm doing that, let's talk about our next list. So what we were going to do next, you guys, I was going to do a little bit of memory keeping. And this is memory keeping. It's all the same thing. I mean, really, it's all the same thing. I was going to do a little bit of work in my A6, one of my smaller traveler's notebooks. using some, oh, we need to go along this edge again. Using some inserts that I have, some very specific fun inserts that I have that I document different things like trips, concerts, road trips, states I've been to, countries, all different kinds of things like that. But I did not, I ran out of time to prepare for that. So we are going to skip that. We will do that another day. I'll show you, I'll take like 5 minutes and show you just so you know what it was about, and we'll do it another day. Because we're going to go on to our next list in a minute, because it's going to be prize time in a minute. Deborah just finished her first, your first TN, your first insert, Deborah, you did, I love it, your first insert. Because you've been, I mean, not long, Deborah, right? You haven't been with us for that long, I think. I am proud of you, way to go. Way to go. And you know what, you guys, Deborah is one, there's a number of you that share your list in the Facebook group. Deborah does. So it's really fun to just see what other people are doing. And also, that's how I learn about you guys. We did a list. We did a list a couple of weeks ago. This is me list, okay? So many of you, I don't know, maybe like 6 of you, which is, that's a lot. Shared your list that you did, your This Is Me list. I loved it. I loved seeing it in the Facebook group. I know more of you did it than 6, but good for you for doing it anyway. A handful of you shared in the Facebook group. What I loved about it, I could get in there and read. I read all the things about you. It was so cool learning those things about you because I didn't know that. Think about that. Think about that you can show someone else something like this and instantly they know things about you. Maybe they knew some of them. Maybe they didn't know some of them. But what you're doing, you're telling your story. And there are going to be people at some point that pick up your traveler's notebooks, your books, or whatever you're using to do it, and read about you and go, oh my goodness, that is so cool. I didn't know that about her. Like I didn't know Nancy Mars lived in Paris. Paris, Nancy. And I said, oh my goodness, Nancy, I didn't know you live in Paris. And she goes, actually, it's Paris, Illinois. So we got a good chuckle out of that. She posted that in the Facebook group. Scrapped NH, I love that for people. Homes, zip codes lived, ages, jobs, dating, marriage, happily divorced, kids, pets, medications, jobs, cars owned. I love it. Great, great, great suggestions there. I love it. I love it. I love it. Okay. Andrea said she wants to get that kit. You guys, that kit, the This Is Me kit, not this one, this one. This was the This was the This Is Me kit because it sold out. Unfortunately, I reordered it 3 times. Simple Stories is out of one of the papers in the collection, which means I am dead in the water. I ordered 25 sheets from scrapbook.com to make more kits. I ordered 25 sheets from a distributor to make more kits. I ordered 25 sheets from Cherry on Top to make more kits. And I can't go anymore. So it is sold out, but I will tell you, I made it available this morning as an access only, which means you buy access to the class, you buy access to the instructions, and you can do your own version. Now, this was the paper. It was that paper that sold out. So if you're interested in that, that's on the website. But unfortunately, believe me, I wish I could make more because all the work's done. Jurist, how many TNs do I have? Me? Oh my gosh, like covers or inserts? Different. It's different, but lots. Okay, so we're done with that one for now. What I was going to, this is what we were going to work a little bit in, just because it's a totally different way of documenting. This is my little A6 Traveler's Notebook, and I have lots of inserts. So right now I have 3 in here, but I have 2 others shoved in here. Road trips, states, national parks, concerts, trips. So I have a bunch of things that I needed to add to update these little books. And these little books are pretty awesome because they have, you do a spread like this one. This is road trips. You do a spread for a road trip. I put a photo there and it gives you all the little prompts for information to capture. There you go. There is one road trip documented. If I don't ever document anymore besides that's documented. And you just kind of same thing. your little road trips. That's how road trips works. Concerts. Oh, I love music, you guys. Oh, yeah, our next list is about music. Colleen, does Simple Stories offer digital versions of their papers? That might be a solution if they do. They do. They do. Yes. Yeah, they do. It could be. It could be a solution if somebody wanted that paper to include as part of the kit. It certainly could be. Absolutely. This one is concerts. So look at concerts. Same thing. A spread. I put a photo there. Who's the artist? Where's the location? The date, where it was, who you went with, how many times you've seen the person, the ticket cost, the first song, the best song that you liked, your favorite moment. How did you rate it? Anyhow, it's just a really fun, different way of documenting. Kenny Loggins, John Mayer, Sting, Stevie Nicks. We did a lot of concerts last summer. Stevie Nicks. We were making up for lost time. Garth Brooks again for the second year. Chris Stapleton. Loved that. Usher. That's when Vicky came to see me and we drove to Vegas and saw Usher. So anyhow, I was going to do a little bit of work in these guys so you could just kind of get a feel for them, but I ran out of time. I didn't have time to print more photos. So that's what we were going to do, and we will do that at another time. Deborah, did I take those pictures? I sure did. That's a far away one. That one a little bit closer, but yeah, those are all my pictures. That was at the Coliseum at Caesar's Palace. So there's Sting, but that's obviously the big screen behind him. That one, he is actually, so he's right here, but that is a screen. Nick surprised me. We had tried to see him 5 times. We had concert tickets to see Chris Stapleton in Salt Lake, June of 2020, and obviously that didn't happen. This was the 5th time we tried to see him because he got COVID, and there were all kinds of things that kept happening. So we actually went to Chicago. We flew to Chicago. We were there overnight, only went there to see him. And it was at Wrigley Field. It was unbelievable, but they were very good tickets. We were like row G on the floor, so it was pretty amazing. That one, we went with friends, and friends were awesome because they bought the tickets. So we had very good seats. But yeah, there he is. Vicky and I were talking for quite a while yesterday. She last night went by herself because it had always been her dream to go since she was 14. She went by herself to the Billy Idol concert, and she bought herself a front row ticket. And I am so proud of her. She went by herself and front row tickets. So you should see her pictures. They're amazing. Like literally he's right in front of her. So anyhow, just fun. That was from our trip when she was here last year. So anyhow, that's what I was going to do, a little bit of that, but we're not doing that because I ran out of time to print the pictures I needed. Michelle, great question. Michelle said, will I be getting more of the trip inserts in? Yes, the company I get those from, they're sold out. So I have, like I tell you guys, on their website where I order, I clicked the button that says email me when available. So as soon as they are back in stock, I will have them, I promise you, because I just think they're so fun. Ms. L said, OMG, I would have gone with her. Why didn't she call me? Because she actually bought herself a VIP ticket so she could go to the meet and greet. The reason she went by herself, there was only one of those tickets left. So that's why she did it. But you know what? Good for her. And she's like, I am literally going to be singing to, dancing with myself, and I'm going to be with myself, dancing by myself. It was so funny. All right. Let's put this stuff away. Let's talk about our next list. This is like perfect segue. Again, we're going to do a giveaway in a minute, by the way. Perfect segue. We were talking about music because I was talking about concerts. Well, our next list is about music. I love music. You guys, if that's the only thing you know about me, it is that I love music. Like seriously. So this is kind of fun last night. Oh my gosh, I probably spent 10 hours yesterday shipping orders because there's a lot of them and I got to get them out before I leave town. So, and then also, preparing for today. So I took a break. Nick made dinner. We had dinner. And then both were sitting down drinking a Paloma. And I said, hey, I need to prepare some more. So I'm going to start working on my list. And he's like, well, what are your list topics? So the next topic that we're going to work on is what I'm going to call it is my college mixtape. So back in the day when I was a kid, when we had records, that's all we had, and then we had cassette tapes, one of the things that I liked to do was sit on the floor in my bedroom with my boombox next to me, and then listening to the radio, and I would listen to my favorite radio station, and I would wait for my favorite song to come on, right? DJ's talking. I'd wait for my favorite song to come on, like literally for hours. And as soon as it started, you'd press the play and like this, press the play and the record button because you wanted to record the song, right? Because back then there was no way to put different tracks from different artists onto your own tape or anything. So that's what I would do. And you'd get so angry when the DJ would be talking over the start of the song. You're like, dang it, now I've got to wait for 3 more hours till the song comes on again. So where this idea for this list, specific mix tape list came from, that's a mouthful, was there is in the Flower Child collection. Oh, I need to find that. I didn't get that out yet. Flower Child collection. So hang on. Let me look behind myself. Oh, there it is. There's something said for being organized. There is my case, and it is labeled, and it was put away behind me. So I love that. So when we were using this collection, we've used it a number of times. I love it. 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 Love it. Love it. Love it. Oh, okay. Hold on. I just lost track. I did say we were going to have a giveaway, didn't I? Okay, we better deal with that. We better deal with that right now. Okay, so the next giveaway is an in-person giveaway. And it is you guys know the drill with the in-person giveaway. This is a 3 pound, okay? 3 pound, 3 pound 12 by 12 pad. It has 48 sheets of paper. This is Heidi Swap's Sun Chaser collection. This is so good. So many great papers in here, so many great patterns. It's just so good and happy. I think there's 2 sheets each, probably of 24 patterns. This is one of the specific products I brought in for the sale. So I brought in a number of these, and I'm giving another one away this afternoon, but you can also find these on the website. So that one is a live giveaway, and that one is going to Mimi Rude. Mimi is the winner. Okay, Mimi, you know the drill. Email in the subject line, put winner Sun Chaser pad, and I will ship that off to you. Congratulations. Yeah, that is 3 pounds because I have to weigh product for my website so it knows how much to weigh everything, so you know how much to pay for shipping. Yes. Well, we're going to do an after party. Okay, we'll do 2 after parties. I'll show you 2 after party prizes. After party means after the video is done. You have a week to go leave a comment on the video. Same thing happened this morning, so you can do the same thing for this morning. You have a week to leave a comment on the video, not in the chat, but in the comment, and I will draw random winners for the after party prizes. So 2 separate prizes, 2 different 6 by 8 pads. I love Maggie Holmes. I love her designs. These are 2. One is Flourish, and beautiful. I did a list with that a long time ago. Such beautiful papers and patterns and colors in that one. So that is an after party prize. That one is also available on the website to purchase if you would like that. And then Sunny Days. You know what I should just do? Let's just cut this open. This one is Sunny Days, and oh, this is one of my favorite collections of hers. It's one of my favorite summer collections of all time. All right, here we go. Look at the little beach people. So fun. Anyhow, I just love everything about that one. That paper, oh my goodness. Yes, so that one is called Sunny Days. All right, so after party, 2 people will win one of those. Well, one person will win 1 pad. 2 pads, 2 winners, 2 people. All right, So back to our list. I'm calling this my college mixtape because last night, Joe Disney fans had questioned Layle, since you are a big music fan, do you also like to dance? I do. I really, really, really do. Nick and I took some dance lessons in May of 2021 in a very large ballroom that had maybe 6 couples. So it was a very large ballroom, the instructor, and then everyone was very spread out. So at that time of the pandemic, there wasn't a lot of people being around other people, but we were very spread out in a large ballroom. We took a pairs dancing class or something. Basically, it's like swing dancing. And oh my goodness, we had the best time. It was like a 4 or 6 week course. You'd go one night a week. But we use that a lot now. We do. We go, and I've got the biggest smile on my face. We go places, and if they're playing music and maybe someone's up dancing, then we will get up and dance. And that, like, couples dancing like that, the swing dancing, it is so fun. And once you even have a little clue what you're doing, it just makes all the difference in the world. And we have fun with it. So yes, I do love to dance. I don't dance very well. But I like to dance. Shan's Girl. Hey everyone, as Layle talked about autographing her new book for us. I did this morning, Shan's Girl, but I'll bring it up again. When you purchase the book from the website, if you're purchasing the physical version, on the product, on the book on the website, I tell you, if you'd like it autographed, to please leave a note when you're checking out. So there's a comment or a little note section when you're checking out on the website to please tell me there that you'd like it autographed. I also tell you, if you would like it personalized, to please tell me who you would like it personalized to. So maybe you're Susan, but you don't go by Susan, you go by Sue. I don't want to assume, number one, that you want me to write your name on there, but number two, I don't want to assume that I should write it to Susan when really you go by Sue. Or some of you have purchased them as gifts and asked me. One lady said, I'm purchasing this for my mother. For Mother's Day, would you please sign it to her? So I will not personalize it unless you specifically ask me to personalize it. And don't worry, I just don't write my name. There's a little something in there that I write, but I'm more than happy to do that. I need to make sure that you put that in the note when you check out. Let's see. Deborah said Sunny Days, one of her absolute favorite Maggie lines. I so agree. I so agree. Yeah, knowing how to dance is a little bit easier. Shan's Girl. So yes, if you have already ordered the book and you did not know that you could have it autographed, or you forgot to ask, as long as your book hasn't shipped yet, you haven't received a shipping confirmation email, that means it hasn't been packed yet. That means I can still autograph for you. So yes, I can totally do that. I am absolutely more than happy to. Yes, if you sent a separate email, I got it. So I probably didn't respond because it's been crazy, but it's okay. Kylie, you're good. If you sent me an email, it's totally fine. If you guys are just ordering and you remember to add a comment, then it makes it a little bit easier for me, because then it just prints out on your order and I don't have to go back and find your order and make a note on the order to do that. So not a big deal. I'm totally happy to do that if you think about it. Otherwise, just make sure to send me an email. Okay. Janaea, hi Janaea, said, I need to go back and watch the series you did all about the ways you can use a traveler's notebook. I forget about all the possibilities. Yes, that was the very, very first video I did back on March 21st. I will never forget that day. Okay, so when we had first started working with Flower Child, I've told you guys, I love this collection. It is so me. We'll look at a couple lists in a minute. But when I first started looking at it, there were some things, quite a few things that jumped out at me. But one of the things that jumped out at me that you see throughout the collection is that paper. Love it. Is those cassette tapes. And I said, oh my gosh, you guys, I saw the cassette tapes and I said, you better believe we are going to do a mixtape or a music list, some kind of music list using that paper, the stickers, what have you. So I am actually not going to use this paper for my list. The reason I'm not going to use it is, remember, I need to trim it. Well, I don't know. We'll see. I need to trim it because it's too wide for my insert. Well, we may make it work, but the good news is throughout the collection, you have stickers. Look at that. Mixtape stickers. Mixtape. That's what I'm just calling them. Mixtape. So you see that. We don't see that in the sticker book, but you see it in the 6x12 sticker sheet. You actually see a couple in the 6x12 sticker sheet. You also see like a little radio. So I think what I'm going to use for my list, I will use one of the mixtape stickers and I will use the radio sticker. So last night when Nick and I were sitting down and I said, oh, one of my lists, I need to put together what would be on my mixtape. And so I start thinking and he goes, well, like from when? Like you just like an all-time mixtape? And I'm like, oh my gosh, if I did an all-time mixtape, really think about that. If I did an all-time mixtape, it would be giant. I mean, it'd be like a room full of cassette tapes. So I decided to narrow it down. For me, I am going to narrow it down to my college mixtape. So it would be a mixtape of some of my favorite music. It would be a mixtape of some of my favorite music from when I was in college. Let me see, couple questions. Does your pad you are using have the orange fruit paper shown on the front? Is it this one? Tina, this pad? Or I'm not sure which pad we're talking about because I showed a couple different pads. Tell me and I will tell you. Kimberly, this one is called Flower Child. It is called Flower Child. Tina, does it have an orange fruit paper shown on the front? It does. You know what? I bet I know what you're thinking. I have more in order, you guys. I'm sorry if it's gone. I'm so sorry. So guess what? I probably know what you're thinking, Tina. I do not, now that you point that out, I don't think that paper is in this pad. I bet that paper is in either a 12x12 design, or maybe it's in one of their special 12x12 pads that they do. But you know what? I know you're right. It is not, because look how cool that paper is. It is not in this pad. Darn them. How dare they tease us like that? Yeah, it's not in that pad. Someone was talking about in the paper pad, you could fussy cut one of those tapes. Absolutely, you could fussy cut one of those tapes. Cut every cassette and arrange to fit the page. Absolutely, totally could do that. Totally could do that. All right, so we'll keep those three things out. And I think that's probably all that we will use for this list. However, I may need just a little piece of background paper because I may end up using that as a second page. So let's just see what we would use. I mean, that's pretty groovy. That could totally work. I mean, okay. Groovy was not my era in college. I was in college in the 80s. 86 to, well, a little bit into 91, but 86. So, maybe this one. So groovy was not my era, but this is a very groovy collection. Very groovy. All right. So I think, oh, or maybe this one. I love this one too. All right. So we'll use something like that. And I don't think we'll use, I don't know, we may use washi. We'll see. We may use some of those die cuts. We'll just get them out of the way for a second. So, first of all, I'm very curious if you are, is anyone doing a mixtape list with me? Are you doing a mixtape? And if you're doing a mixtape, tell me what would be on your mixtape. I want to know. Sarah said she got into the 60s during college. Was an extra. You were an extra in the Doors movie. Oh, that's so fun. Val Kilmer, Hubba Hubba. Interesting, like all of us, we get older. JK, I think you're just seeing the part about John Mayer. I love John Mayer. Love his music. Val Kilmer, it looks quite a bit different over the years, right? When he played in the Maverick movie, the second Top Gun, wow, he has aged. But boy, in the first movie, Hubba Hubba's right. The first movie, yeah, Val Kilmer played in the Doors movie. Oh my gosh, I can't remember his name. He played the lead singer of the Doors, right? I just don't remember the guy's name. Sting too, right, Jurist? College, Pablo Cruz on repeat. Okay, Pablo Cruz. What does Pablo Cruz sing? Would I know a song? Heather is doing a current mixtape. Oh, mostly songs reminding you of your mom. I love that, Heather. Jim Morrison. I love that. That's very neat. You could totally do mixtapes of people, mixtapes of your best friend, mixtapes of your kids, like music you'd listen to when your kids were little, or your grandkids, or nieces or nephews, or maybe you were a school teacher and a mixtape of your teaching days. So many different ways that you could turn this list into something that works for you. Mimi is doing a list on the artists she tried to record. Neil Young, the Cowsills, Jackson 5, Gary Puckett, the Union Gap. So fun. Lisa, I do. I think you're right. I think Lisa said Val Kilmer's pretty sure he had throat cancer. Which would explain in that movie, because I think he had a scarf on the whole time. So maybe he'd had some surgery or something, maybe. Colleen has a mixtape of tearjerker songs. Colleen, I think I ask you this every time that we talk about music. Is it you that saw Elvis in person? Was that you? And you still have a ticket from the concert? Please tell us. Please tell us. All right, so let's look at Flower Child. The couple of lists I've done using Flower Child. This was Flower Child, okay? That paper there, those die cuts, that is Flower Child. Flower Child again was, let's see here. Oh, that was Flower Child, Life Lessons. So fun. Have I used it more than that? Maybe not. Maybe I've only used it twice. I think so. All right, so here we go, 3 times. Colleen, oh my goodness, Colleen. Okay, so Colleen said to my question, yes, she saw Elvis, but get this. Yes, and the Beatles too. She saw the Beatles in concert. Can you guys even imagine that? I cannot even imagine that, Colleen. I love that about you. I just love that about you. That's so cool. And I think that was you that said you still had the ticket to one of those concerts, right? Joanne's doing a mixtape, Hotel California, Dreams, Go Your Own Way, Fleetwood Mac. I love Fleetwood Mac. Nancy said, I heard the story about Elvis and how they had to say Elvis has left the building so fans wouldn't stay there. Here's a little side note. I need to have a sip of water. My throat's starting to... here's a little side note. Nick's whole family has always been huge Elvis fans. Nick's dad passed away when Nick was in his early 20s. His dad was a huge Elvis fan. Nick, ever since I have known him, that is one of his sayings. Nick would be leaving work, leaving his office, and he'd call me and he'd say, Elvis has left the building. Or he would text and say, Elvis has left the building. So it got so fun to the point where sometimes back when I was working in office years ago, I would text him and say, Priscilla. And Priscilla, Elvis's wife at one point, that would be my way of saying I'm leaving work, because I'd say Priscilla, like Elvis has left the building, but Priscilla. Or everyone would say things like blue suede shoes, and that would mean I'm leaving work because Elvis has left the building. You guys, I love it. All of the lists that you are adding. Oh my goodness. Colleen said the ticket for the Beatles was, drum roll please, $5.50. $5.50 for a Beatles concert. Talia said, I can't even fathom a $5.50 concert ticket, let alone the Beatles, right? Oh my goodness. Okay, gotta have some water. JK's been watching Taylor Swift concerts vicariously through social posts, right? I know. Okay. So Deborah said, Layle, that is such a sweet memory. So I'm going to show you something, you guys. I'm going to show you a list that we did in the past. I think, I'm going to say it's under family. I think it's under chapter 11. Wait, where does chapter 11 start? Chapter 11, 54. This is why I love list making so much, because there is a very easy way to capture your memories like that. So back in October of 2021, we did a list that I called Familyisms. Those were the things that we say. And look at the second one says Elvis has left the building. And that's where I told that really short little story about how that is one of familyisms. And I did this, different things that we say. Have fun storming the castle is another one. That's another Nickism. Have fun storming the castle is from Princess Bride. But totally easy way to capture really cool memories like that, you guys. So, love our lists. We love our lists. Okay. Justine has 3 concerts lined up this summer. Who are you going to see, Justine? Who are you going to see? Okay. So let's get going. Let's get writing our list. Let's get going. Deborah's husband had a concert ticket to see Ted Nugent and Led Zeppelin that cost him $775. Peggy, I love it. Peggy, somebody, Peggy said, we'll all have to write a book for our family so they can look up the stories easier, right? Oh my gosh. Elise, concert ticket, Wham! In 1988, $36.50. All right. I think my favorite concert ticket story is, well, there's actually two. This is a funny one. When I was, well, old enough to like babysit myself, so I was probably like 13, my mom and dad said, because we lived in Park City, they said they were going to, they had to go to Salt Lake. They had to go to something in Salt Lake. I'm like, okay. So my sister and I were home, and I was watching the news, which shocker, I'm 13. Some reason I'm watching the news. And the 10 o'clock news, and it said, oh, the Bee Gee concert was delayed by an hour. So fans are getting to see one more hour of the Bee Gee concert or whatever. Wouldn't you know, about 5 minutes later, my mom called from a payphone and said, we've been delayed by an hour, so it's going to be an hour, more than an hour before we get home. And I'm like, you went to the Bee Gees? You went to the Bee Gees without me? Yeah, so that's one concert ticket. Well, not really a ticket, but that's a concert story. But another one, Garth Brooks. I have seen Garth Brooks now twice in concert. So let me, really quick, I think I could just trim those. I'm going to try to trim them. I've seen Garth Brooks twice in concert. Nick, hi honey, Nick's back. Oh yes, we are. Oh wait, maybe someone, I'm so confused. Nick and I are going to see in Denver next month, George Strait, Chris Stapleton, and Little Big Town all in one concert. And then in September, we are going to Coldplay. Coldplay has been on my concert bucket list for quite a while, so very excited. Okay, so anyhow, I need to do a half plus 2. That's like 5/8. I know, I just call it a half plus 2. I think that gives me a half plus 2, right? Half plus 2 gives me the space I need. Yep, 5/8. Half plus 2. Half plus 2. Yeah, 5/8. Oh, whatever. Louisa saw her first concert was the Bee Gees at Dodger Stadium. Oh my goodness, I love that. Sarah Pink is finally seeing Pink for the first time this fall. It's been on her bucket list. She has been. Pink, I love when Pink and Chris Stapleton sing together. So this will work totally. Oh yeah, that's totally fine. You can still tell their tapes. Okay, so back to my concert ticket story. So I've seen Garth Brooks twice in concert now. Garth Brooks, even if you do not like country music, oh my goodness, he is an entertainer. You can't even believe that man. He runs around and sings, and the smile on his face is something you can't even fake. I mean, he literally loves what he does. He loves it, loves it, loves it. And I don't know if he's always done this, but at some point he said to his promoters or whatever, we're not going to charge people for their tickets based on where their seat is. I'm not doing that. And he's a big enough star that he can, I think, pretty much say whatever he wants. He said, we're not doing that. What we're going to do is every ticket in the stadium is going to cost the same amount, $94.50. Those were the 2 times we went. That was the price. $94.50. And if you are in the front row, your ticket is $94.50. And if you are at the very top of the nosebleed section, your ticket is $94.50. It just happens to be, it's a lottery, how you get your ticket. So the first time we went and saw them, neighbors were going, and we were at a neighborhood get together, and I was talking to a lady and asking her what she was doing this summer. She said, oh, we're going to see Garth Brooks. I'm like, oh my gosh, I would love to see Garth Brooks. I've always wanted to see him. And she said, you know what, we might have 2 extra tickets. And I said, oh my gosh, if you do, please let me know. We would love to go. So a couple weeks later, she reached out. We do have 2 extra tickets. Would you like to go? I said, sure. How much do I owe you? She said, $94.50 a piece. I said, great. And I said, where are we sitting? Just curious. She said, row 18 on the floor. So the first time we saw him, I'm just going to pull this back out. First time we saw him, oh my goodness, hang on, I gotta really stretch. We saw him row 18 on the floor for that price. That was a pretty good deal. Pretty good deal. So this is where, wait, oh yeah, we're here. That's really that's where he was. We're here. So that was good. Now, second time we saw him, not as lucky. I mean, it's still amazing, but there we are. We're way up here, but still so good. Yeah, he's such an entertainer. He is such a performer. Such a performer. Okay. Journey. I love Journey too. Love, love, love Journey. Colleen, you saw Imagine Dragons in concert in Toronto. So Colleen, you're still going to concerts. You like are a true concert goer. I love that about you. I love that. I didn't know. That's so cool. That is so cool. Okay, so here's the first side of our list. The second side of our list, I don't know. That doesn't really go. I don't think this paper really goes. I think this one goes way better. This one just looks like it goes much better. So we're gonna go with this one. Let's see. This one should be same. Oh, but I'm okay if I just cut part of this off. That'll be easier. 4 3/4. There we go. 4 3/4. All right. Steve Perry. Yes, Steve Perry rocks. Now, he was the original singer of Journey. I think they have a new singer now. They probably have had 10 new Steve Perrys now, but no one is like Steve Perry. We were watching a documentary on Journey, I think. Or a concert, maybe like an old concert or something. It was just on, and we were watching it, and oh my goodness, he has the most distinct voice. The most distinct voice. Like you could have a blindfold on and hear him, and it might not even be a song you don't even know. It's not like it's Don't Stop Believin', which we know. But it could be a totally different song that you've never heard before, and you can hear him. You just know it is him. Hi, Cassie. Nice to see you. All right. Margie saw Imagine Dragons in Germany. I love it. I love it. I love it. Okay. Dora's first concert was the Doobie Brothers. All right. So here we go. This is my college mixtape. So I need to get out my cardstock. Let's see. I just looked at my watch. Do you know what time it is? It is 5 o'clock in Utah. That means it's 5 o'clock somewhere. Might have to have Nick wander in maybe with a little wine or maybe a Paloma or something soon. Maybe it's time for a cocktail. Maybe it's time for an adult beverage or whatever beverage that you like. Whatever beverage makes you happy, then maybe it's time to soon have a cocktail. Hoodoo Gurus, Dandy, are you kidding me? Dandy, I have some Hoodoo Gurus on my iPhone, in my Apple Music. Absolutely, I know who that is. That's so funny. You watched them in a pub when you were 16. You had no idea who they were. I should have kept the shirt. I gave it away. Oh my gosh, that's so fun. I love it. I love it. I love it. Betty has a cola. Perfect. Cola, tea. Oh, I don't know if I've ever told you guys how I feel about tea. Tea tastes like dirty water to me. Even if it's, well, iced tea, I love iced tea. But not hot tea. Hot tea tastes like dirty water. So, but whatever, you do you. Whatever makes you happy, whatever kind of beverage. Margie is 1 a.m. here. Margie, you're in Germany, yeah? Are you still in Germany? Da? You still there? I spent a very long summer in Germany as a foreign exchange student, 4 months when I was in high school. All right, so this is going to be 4. Maybe we should go a little narrower. Maybe we should go 3 3/4. So this is 3 3/4 by, oh, it needs to be a little bit shorter. Let's go a little bit shorter. So that was 3 3/4. I will make this 3 3/4 by 7. So way earlier, someone asked what size I make the white papers, and my lists, basically the base. It depends on how much background I want to have showing. So that one's a little bit smaller. That one ended up being 3 3/4 by 7. I think I usually do 3 3/4 by 7 or maybe 4 by 7 1/4. Margie is fading fast. Margie, no kidding, 1 a.m. Oh, Gloria, there. I just saw your comment in the chat. That one is 3 3/4 by 7. Oh, Adele, Scrapbook Sister. I would love to see her in concert. Are you kidding me? Have you seen her in concert? I would love to see Adele in concert. Noelle, hi Noelle, has seen Backstreet Boys 3 times by herself because nobody I know likes them. But your dad traveled with you every time. 7.5-hour drive, twice in an airplane. What an awesome dad, Noelle. I love that. And you know what? I am proud of you for doing that by yourself, right? Because sometimes we can't let life get in the way. We can't get life get in the way of what we want to do. If we don't have anyone else to go with, we can't let that stop us sometimes, right? Because we have to take advantage. We have to take advantage of opportunities. So good for you. Hi, Marilee. That's I see you now. I did not see you before. Was it a good class? Good class? Of course it was. Lizzie, you just made a layout with Lizzie. Of course it was a good class. I don't even need to ask that. I know that. Loverboy. Oh, Loverboy. Lori, yes, Loverboy. Loverboy, yes. Working for the weekend. Everybody's working for the weekend. Yep, absolutely. I like Loverboy. I also have some Loverboy on my, you guys, my music taste is so diverse. I mean, really it is. It's way diverse. Okay, so college mixtape. I need a title for mixtape. And so what I'm going to do, I'm going to pull out the trusty Simple Stories Color Vibe Alpha stickers. And I think I am going to find a color that probably coordinates in the lights one. Oh, a crafty doodlebug page. Oh, very good. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Now I know I have more than just that song on my Apple, my Apple Music, whatever it's called. Gloria, you've seen Loverboy many times. So fun. Okay, so I think, looky here we go. That pink, I think will go really well. Now, I just need to decide if I want pink because, let's see, I don't know, maybe like the orange. I won't do yellow because I always do yellow. The orange could be fun. The orange might be really fun in here. Let's look. Let's see if we have a nice orange. We have a peachy color, but I think the peachy color might not, yeah, the peachy color, well, the peachy color matches that like perfectly, but I feel like I need something a little brighter. So there's a yellow. I will not find another orange in here, but I know I will find other oranges. So this one is the Brights. Ah, that's a pretty good orange. I like it. I'm going to do that. Joe Disney fan, let's see, has a question. Since your list is college mixtape, are you only singing the songs that came out while you were in college only? So what I'm doing, not necessarily, these are songs that remind me, songs that I listened to when I was in college. So they may not have come out when I was in college back in 2010. No, I was in college in the late 80s. But I was trying to make myself seem younger than I am. But I did show you that page that said, this is me 54. So the secret's out. Yeah, so it will just be songs that I listen to that really remind me in college. Hey, honey, since you're on, guess what? No, I know you'll be able to hear this. I've got my Deborah bell. Would you so kindly bring me an adult beverage? I would love an adult beverage, honey. How about a Paloma, but in a sippy cup, like a cup with a straw so that I could have it here. And I would love to have wine, but I can't have red wine here because I talk with my hands like this, so it'll be gone. I'll be doing mixed media without really wanting to do mixed media. I'll have a nice, bright, deep red mixed media on my projects, which I don't want. Let's ask Nick. Nick said, my best was U2 in Denver the night they recorded the concert film Rattle and Hum. It was the tour supporting the Joshua Tree album. Yes, we've talked about that. But you guys, this was so cool. So I'll go back to this story again. I'm ignoring you and enjoying the chat. Oh my goodness, honey. Oh my goodness. All right. What was I going to say? Oh, I know. What I was telling you guys was last night. So last night, Nick and I, it was after dinner and I still needed to do more work, but I'm like, I can just take a little break. I need to work on the things for my list. But so we started talking about the songs that reminded us of college or whatever as I'm writing things on my list. And it was so fun. It was just something totally different than we would normally do. So I had out my iPhone and I'd be looking at, I have a playlist on my iPhone called my 80s favorites. And so I was just going through them like, oh my gosh, remember this song? And I'd play it and he'd be looking and he'd go, oh, remember this song? It was a lot of fun. So that was just kind of a fun thing to do. And also, you guys, sometimes we talk about how you can take list topics like this one. And we talked about this quite a bit during the pandemic because we were spending a lot of time, some of us, with the same people. How some of the list topics could be great dinner conversations, right? So you could say, hey, what was one of your favorite songs in the 80s? What song most reminds you of the 80s? And that would just send that conversation off on such a fun topic. So you could do that with friends, or you could do that as an icebreaker. I don't know, next time you're in an elevator. Turn around and look at everybody and say, hey, everybody. No, just kidding. But it could be an icebreaker. Oh my gosh, Kimberly, her brother saw Adele in concert on New Year's Eve in Vegas, and he said she was awesome. I bet. Echo and the Bunnymen, Sarah, again, also love Echo and the Bunnymen. Also have, in fact, Lips Like Sugar. Guess what? I do believe that Lips Like Sugar may be on my college mixtape list. It's one that came up last night. I love Echo and the Bunnymen. Okay, anyhow, so let's get going. Let's get going. Mixtape. So I am going to spell mixtape with these letters, but I am going to use these smaller ones, okay? And above it, I will write my college. So I'll do my college, and then I will spell mixtape. So let's do that. Let's get out our handy dandy little ruler, and let's get out our reverse grip tweezers. I am going to line up the stickers on my ruler. I do that so my stickers will be a straight line because there's no lines here. And then I will also use it to very easily help me position those stickers. And we'll talk about that in a minute. Sammy, In Excess. Guess what? In Excess, there is an In Excess song on my list. Mystify is on my list. It's on my mixtape list. I think there are a number of us here that are kind of in that same age range that enjoy some of the same music from back in the day. I think so. That is what I'm reading. Carrie is seeing Loverboy and Foreigner this fall. Oh, that is a funny cup. I mean, that's funny.
But you wanted a sippy cup.
I know. Oh, thank you. I meant a cup. I'm sorry. I meant a cup with a straw in it. It'll work. Thank you, dear. I'm not looking a gift horse in the mouth. I'm not looking a Paloma deliverer in the mouth. Louis Capaldi. That's familiar. I don't know if I know that, though. I don't know. The name is very familiar. Okay, guys, so guess what? I have my adult beverage. Nick bought me my adult beverage in there's a promotional company that I work with that does my, like my little notebooks that say Layle my mail on them, and my little mechanical pencils and things. Well, they send me things with my logo on them because they want me to buy them. Nick just brought this in. I don't sell these, but that's what he brought in. It's a cold cup that says Layle by mail on it. That's where my Paloma is. So I am going to have a sip of my Paloma, and I am going to, let's just do this.
Beggars can't be choosers.
Beggars can't be choosers. I know. I'm turning up the lights for a second, you guys, because I'm just going to do this, okay? Those lights at this time of night, well, they're really bright for a person my age. Okay, so guess what? I just flipped the camera. Here is my little adult beverage that they printed on for me. My adult beverage, whatever you are drinking, water, tea, coffee, soda, wine, whatever you're drinking. This is a toast to you guys. So cheers. Cheers. Happy International Scrapbook Day. Happy lots of time with Layle. 1,141 days. That's where we are. So cheers, you guys. I'll have a sip, and then we'll do another prize. How about that? How about that? Cheers. Whenever I say cheers, it reminds me of this. Cheers. Except she didn't look like that. Cheers. 16 Candles. When Jake's girlfriend, the blonde, when he finally decided he didn't like her anymore and he was going to go after, he decided he really liked Molly Ringwald. They're at a party, and she is his girlfriend, very drunk, and she got her hair stuck in the door. So the door is shut, and she is sitting on the ground, and she's like, my hair, and she's so drunk. And she can't get her hair out. Well, her friends are also drunk, and instead of opening the door to just pull her head out, someone got scissors and literally cut a chunk out of her hair. And at some point, I think that was her, she goes, cheers. And that always reminds me, when you go, cheers, it reminds me of that movie. Yes. Okay. And by the way, kind of that same era, all of us that are kind of that same age, can we talk about Jake for a minute from not Breakfast Club, from 16 Candles? Oh, had the biggest crush on him. Oh my goodness, right? Back then, he was like, oh, we loved him. He was so cute. Okay. Okay, friends. Now we're going to rotate again so we can keep playing. Okay, so hang on. Here we go. Oh, I just forgot how to do that. Oh my gosh, that was so weird. You guys, like it's just second nature. It's like when you go to the grocery store, you know where you're going and you just go and you get there and you're like, how did I get here? because it's autopilot. All of a sudden, I totally forgot how to spin that. I'm like, oh, wait a minute, how do I do that? And then it came back. Was that? No, it wasn't Matt Dillon. Was it? No, was it Matt Dillon? I don't think so. Was it? Michelle, maybe it was. I don't know. I don't know. Carolee said, cheers to you and Nick, and thank you for a great day. Thank you, Carolee. I love it. We're having so much fun. Okay. Tina, let's play. I'm back from a birthday party. Yes, we're ready to play again. Dandy, I was convinced I was going to marry Jack as a teen. No, I was, Dandy. You could not possibly marry him because I was. Oh, yes, Michael Scheffling played Jake. Michael Scheffling played Jake. Bless Google, right? Bless Google. Okay. Oh my goodness, take another drink. I'll have another drink really quick. Oh yes, you guys, so Belinda took a photo of her cheers to me. If you guys missed it, in the morning session, I said that this morning, right before we started, I posted a photo in both the Layle by Mail Facebook group and on the Layle by Mail Facebook page. And it was a photo of what I'm looking at right now. Well, it was all clean. It wasn't messy. As I was getting ready to start our day. And I said, here's my view. I said, I would love it if you guys would take a picture of your view and share it in the comment on this post. So there are two places I did that. And in both places, I said, take a photo. It doesn't matter if you're crafting or not. Take a photo. Let's see what your view looks like today. And at the end of the day tonight, I will go in and randomly draw a person in each the Facebook group and the Layle by Mail Facebook page on that comment that shared a photo. And guess what? Those people will win a new idea book. So if you've taken any kind of pictures of your day, what your view looked like. Terry was here earlier. She is in Texas at the beach with her family. I said, Terry, take a picture of the beach, post it in the Facebook group. I don't care where you are. I just want to see what you're looking at today. You can still snap a pic, Marie. All right, mixtape. You know what that reminded me? I need to get Nick back in here because I kept the idea books kind of under wraps. I mean, I talked about it a few times, but I never posted about it. I never really said that I was doing it. So some people were like, wait a minute, what? You what? I need to today for National Scrapbook Day. I really need to have a picture of myself holding my book because I would really like to post that on social media today. That's kind of a thing that would be fun to do. So I need to do that. I couldn't do it this morning because Nick left at like 8 and I wasn't all dolled up by then. And then now if I wait until too late, I'm going to have to make him come back in here. All right, here we go. Mixtape. So mixtape, there we go. That will go right here. This is the other reason I use the ruler. Look it, I can put that anywhere I want. It could be over here, it could be here, it could be left justified, it could be right justified. I'd like it to be centered, but that was really easy for me because I didn't have to like start and figure out and measure where to go. Kind of like I did here, right? Here I couldn't do that. I just kind of had to start with the N and go. But here we're good. So we'll put that about right there. It looks pretty even. Again, I just press down on the tops of those stickers and gently roll that out. So you can really do that with any ruler. You just need your ruler to be pretty thin. If you're using like a ruler like this, it's going to be really hard to do. Oh, of me, Marie. That's going to, no, you didn't take a picture of me. That's not what I meant. I meant take a picture of your view. Yeah, you don't really want to use a ruler that's thicker like that. It won't work as well. So thin ruler. And that's my little 6-inch that you see me use all the time. So now I'm going to write up here my college mixtape. I think what I'm going to do, because this is such an easy way, it is such an easy way to bring color in. I think I'm going back to my colored pencil trick again. I will find an orange that maybe kind of goes with that. Let's look. Let's look. I need a little piece of scratch paper. Joe, question, will the songs you list just be from your college years, the years you were in college? Yes. So this would be the songs that remind me of college. So basically, if I was going to make a mixtape of my years in college, this is what would be on that mixtape. That is my idea here. So maybe you make a mixtape of if you have kids, when your kids were little, or if you were a teacher, your teaching career, or nope. now. You could absolutely do a mixtape for now. If you really like music, you could do the different types of genre mixtapes. Like this would be my favorite country music, my favorite opera, my favorite. We kind of have to. Well, we'll go with this one. Maybe I just won't write as hard, and it'll be okay. So there's my little trick to bring a little bit more color in. Right, we just write over the top of that. I'll pull it up to the camera in a second, show you. There we go. So now it's just, it totally looks like it matches now. Well, it does. All right, so here we go. Now, we need a little bit more before we start making our list. My college mixtape. Here is the other side of our list. Oh, I put it in the book already. Why did I do that? I'm not sure what I was thinking there. All right, so this will go here. I feel like, oh yes, I know. We need the little transistor radio because that will remind me of when I used to make mixtapes, like when I was a little girl, like not a little girl, but preteen. I don't know. We'll do that right there. Down there along the bottom. And I am ready to list. Now, this is going to be a run-on list because I have a lot of things on my list. Wait, what's Marie's idea? I missed it. I want one of you on NSD. Oh, on National Scrapbook Day for about last month. Okay. All right. Hang on, friends. I will do this. I will do this. Got to turn off the lights. I will flip the camera again. Okay. Oh my gosh, I didn't loosen that up enough. I did not loosen that up enough. Okay. All right, here we go. Here's your picture. Wait. Okay. Okay, are we good? Are we good? Because I can't look at the chat. I'll try to smile again. My mouth is very dry. Okay. All right. I'm really quickly, you guys. Just let me grab Nick so he can take one real quick. Hey, honey, will you come here for a second? Because I would really like to be able to share this on National Scrapbook Day. So hang on. While we're here, oh, there's me again. I can see myself. So will you do me a favor? Will you take a picture?
I take a picture.
Yes.
Do I need a phone? Or a camera?
Do I need a phone? I don't know. Can you take a picture out of your hand? If your hand takes a picture, then no, you don't need a phone. Otherwise, probably need a phone to take a picture. Sorry, guys. I just got to do this before. I have to do this before the light goes. So, thank you. Thank you for indulging me. Or else it'll be nighttime. What? You don't know if the light is right.
Smile.
Is it going to be okay?
I don't know.
Okay, hold on, guys. Let's just see.
I took a whole bunch.
Well, okay, honey. Could you guys, you can see like just that. Can you just a little bit more of the book? Sorry, guys. Just please indulge me. If you need to go do something really quick. Okay, I'm glad I looked at that, you guys. Thank you. Okay, there we go. Let me see. Oh, you guys, I'm sorry. Nick is challenged.
Well, smile like you mean it.
All right, it'll work. It's going to have to work, okay, friends? I know, men. Kathy said, men. I know. Let us take the picture. Okay, you guys, we can try that, huh? Well, I don't think you'll be able to take it because I think I don't think I can get back far enough. We can try it. We'll try it this way. Where's that stamp expert from this morning? Sarah, I love it. Where's the photographer expert?
Well, this is Photography, not stamping. I'm a
Oh,
perfect stamper.
You're a perfect stamper, but you're not a perfect photographer. We good?
What are you doing?
Oh my gosh, we're such dorks. Okay, friends, let's get back to this. Nick just sent me 14 photos. Louisa said, as Nick took your picture, I'm brimming from ear to ear. Oh, that's so funny. Smile like you mean it. I know. Oh, jeez.
How much longer are you going to be doing this?
Why?
Uh,
Until 6:30.
Dinner?
Until 6:30, honey. Dinner? I know, I've missed my vegetable snack. I've missed my nut snack. It's good. It's all good.
I'm
Okay.
not gonna miss my dinner now.
You don't want to miss your dinner. Okay. All right. So maybe we should do a prize since you guys had to wait for all that. Thank you. Again, I'm sure some people are like, oh my gosh, what in the world is wrong with her? Anyhow, let's do some prizes. Oh, I already mentioned. Okay, I already mentioned that one and that one. Mention. Oh, this is another, actually, this is a during the party right now. This is also an after party as well. This one, my friends, is a $50 gift certificate to my website. You can buy whatever you want. Whatever you want. So, 2 of those. One is an in-person, a during the party, like right now. And another one is an after the party, again, which means you leave a comment on the video when it's over, and you have the chance of winning that prize, okay? All right, so let me just, kind of move some things around for a minute as I am deciding, as I'm looking at, I know I need to get a stamp set, and then I will draw that prize. I need a very specific stamp set. This one, it is Bullets and More 2. So I used that earlier. I will use that again. It is a stamp from Bullets and More 2 that I had put on the stamp set very specifically for a list like this. And it is a cassette tape. Look at that, a little cassette tape bullet stamp. So that is what I will use in between each of the songs that is going to be on my list. That little cassette tape bullet. All right, let's do a prize now. Let's do that prize. That prize is going to Jen Ran. Jen Ran. Jen. Jen Ran. Congratulations, Jen Ran. So Jen Ran. Email laylebymail.com. In the subject line, put $50 gift card winner, and I will send you a coupon code to use on the website. Oh, I forget. Look at my note. All prizes today will also win a Squirrel Squad sticker. So you get one of the little vinyl Squirrel Squad stickers. So you can represent on whatever you want to represent on. Let me look at my prize bin here. It's one of these. It's one of these. Deborah says, Nick is too cute. He's just like my husband. Men, right? Men. All right. Oh, yeah. Okay, another sip. All right, so now we are ready. We are ready. Now, I need to come up, I need to figure out what color my bullets are going to be. So I think my bullets may end up being, I don't know, let's get out our swatches and see what speaks to us. See what speaks to us. Nah, I would kind of like to do a blue, so maybe, I got these totally out of order. I don't know what I did. They are way out of order. I'm looking at maybe tumbled glass. Am I looking at you? I need to really tomorrow. Well, let's be honest, tomorrow. Nick's golfing again tomorrow because I am packing orders all day long. Louisa, I love it. Louisa said, I'm excited about the Squirrel Squad sticker because Louisa was one of our winners from this morning. Yes, Louisa, you get a little sticker. Those are on the website too. So if you feel so inclined that you feel like you need a sticker, don't you hate it when you organize things? Oh, there we go. Tumbled glass. No, tumbled glass really isn't it. There's some different blues in there. So maybe we better just do a pink because I don't want to do a yellow. I think a yellow will be a little bit too hard to see. So let's pick a pink. Let us pick a pink. Tattered Rose. I know from experience, Tattered Rose is very light. So maybe we could try Spun Sugar. Let's look at Spun Sugar. Spun Sugar reminds me of who sang that song, Brown Sugar? Spun sugar, brown sugar. That also songs reminds me of someone in the Facebook group. Yesterday, I want to say, I think, put a real fun thing. Said, basically, take a song that has girls in the title and switch up the word squirrels. So we were having a lot of fun with that. That was a lot of fun. All right, so I need spun sugar. Let's get that. So lots of people, but I think it was like 80s song or something like that. So there were lots of fun songs that you guys were writing that had girl, like squirrels just want to have fun. Rolling Stones sing Brown Sugar. There we go. There we go. Again, I won't sing it because you really don't want me to do that. You guys can just hum it to yourselves. Hum it to yourselves. All right, so here we go. Here is the, let me just get this correct. Here is the cassette tape. This morning I was talking about a tip that Martine had shared with everybody in the Facebook group. When you are using a bullet stamp like this, especially a stamp like this, that you really want to always be correct. Oh, well, let's see. Is this going to be okay? It's kind of light. You know what? I am not going to use this because you can't see the detail. You cannot see the detail. So I know I need to use something darker, much darker. Look at, you can see it, but you guys, it's the cutest little cassette tape, but you really can't see it with that color. So nix spun sugar. Sorry, spun sugar, you're out. Nix it. Maybe we better just do an orange. It's probably going to be what will show up better. Why did I take that off? I don't know why I took that off. Let's find an orange. We're using orange twice today. So let's look and see. It's probably going to be not carved pumpkin. I think it's ripe persimmon. Nope, not ripe persimmon. Spiced marmalade. That's what I was thinking. Spiced marmalade. Let's find it. There we go. Okay, I think this will show up better. So, but back to the tip. Oh, here we go. So with this particular stamp, I always want it to be stamped in the exact right spot. I don't want the cassette tape to be all skiwampus, right? I want it to be in the exact spot every time. So that came up a couple of weeks ago on a Facebook Live. I mean, on one of the YouTubes, one of these. And I'm like, oh, gee, I don't know. That's a great question. Da, da, da. And then a couple days later, Martine, just one of you guys popped up in the Facebook group and said, I was thinking about it and I figured it out. And what she did, oh, yes. Okay, look at, you've got, oh, I didn't do that one very well. I didn't press evenly. Look at the detail behind that. Look at that cassette tape. It's a cassette tape. So what she had said, I thought this was brilliant. So the stamping stylus I always use for my little bullet stamps. She said, if I add a sticker, add the sticker towards the bottom, and then that way you have a reference. So as long as when you're stamping that little flower that I added after the fact to my stylus, I want to make sure that's always in the same position. Once that's in the same position, there you go. I know that my little cassette tape will always be in the same spot every time. Except when I didn't quite get it right, but that's okay. I'm not going to cry over spilt milk. Not quite, I didn't quite get it stamped perfectly, but that's okay. That is okay. I thought that was a great tip as well, Bonnie. I thought it was genius. No, Bonnie, yeah, Bonnie, I thought it was genius. It was like, oh my goodness, I should have come up with that. I didn't. She did. It was awesome. I'll give credit where credit is due. All right, so the first on my list of my college, what would be my college mixtape, in no particular order, Margaritaville. Margaritaville. Now, what I was trying to decide, I think I should probably, oh, Mandy, I missed you, Mandy. Bye. I think that I should probably, I think I better do this. I think that I should probably say who it is. I mean, Margaritaville. Hello. Buffett? 1 T or 2? I don't know. I have room to add another T if I need. So this will be a run-on list. Now the next one I will start right below it, but I'm still going to put one here. I was not paying attention. I didn't have my flower placement. There we go. The next one, Heartbreak Beat. Oh my gosh. Psychedelic Furs. I can already tell I should not have been adding who the people were because I am not going to have enough room. Psychedelic Furs. It's so funny. I think of some of these songs and literally it will take me exactly right back. Oh my gosh, right back to that moment. That one is a big one. Okay. This one is, Love Bites. Def Leppard. I did not listen to Def Leppard in high school. It was because that was probably the era. That was more high school when that Def Leppard was big in my day. But college, just one album. One album. I don't remember which album what it's called, but it has that song on it. I have the whole album on my on my phone, whatever. Mystify. I just want to sing that right now so bad. If I didn't have you guys here, I'd be belting out all of these. I just can't sing. So, Mystify. Let me look. Tracy, your mom used to sing Margaritaville when she and your dad were getting a divorce. Oh, that's funny. Carmen, thank you. 2 T's. Are there 2 F's? Maybe I should have only done 1 F. I don't remember. Yes, Nancy, we did. We missed. That's so nice of you, Nancy. We wished Colleen a happy birthday this morning. That's so nice of you to wish her a happy birthday. Carmen, you hung out with Def Leppard. Oh my goodness. How fun. Tainted Love. Anyone remember that song by Soft Cell? Tainted Love. Tainted Love by Soft Cell. So this is, and it's kind of a broader mix of music, right? These are songs that remind me of my college days. So not that necessarily came out in, not that necessarily, Hysteria, Marie, that's it. It is, that's the Def Leppard album, Hysteria. Not that necessarily came out during the second half of the 80s, but this reminds me of college. Running to Stand Still, U2. That is from Joshua Tree. Joshua Tree's so good. Running to Stand Still. Any U2 fans out there? Anyone following? Because they're going in residency, I think, in Vegas, aren't they? They're going into residency. And I don't know if tickets are available yet. Nick is a huge U2 fan. He says that we are going. I don't know if we can even find. They're probably like $1 zillion. Take My Breath Away from Berlin. Take My Breath Away. In fact, that was one of the songs on the original Top Gun soundtrack. Take My Breath Away. Okay. What do we have next? Oh, Get There. Olita Adams. Now, this is a totally different, like I tell you, this is really all over the board. Get There. Olita Adams. But a friend and I, my roommate at one of the times in college, we drove to Southern California and we listened to that over and 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 over again. That whole tape was probably a cassette tape. Joe, I graduated from college in 91. Took me 4 years and 1 semester, or 1 quarter back then. That's what it was. They were quarters. So 91. I graduated from high school in 86 and college in 91 from the University of Utah. Tracy's Treasure says, I love all those bands. Bring me back, right? Isn't that funny how music can totally take you to right back in time? It's amazing. It is amazing. Kelly, you two going to tickets available. Are they already super expensive or the good seats? I'm sure they're just completely outrageous. Who knows? Maybe Nick decides he has to go without me. Walk Away from Love. Yes. Walk Away from Love. Was yes. Okay. We're still going. I'm still singing in my head. Blister in the Sun. Violent Femmes. Yeah. Blister in the Sun. Oh, I loved the Violent Femmes. I saw them in concert at the Salt Palace in downtown Salt Lake when I was in high school. Loved the Violent Femmes. Blister in the Sun. Modern Love, David Bowie. Yes. I keep on that end. I end up writing very small in order to fit it in on that end. Okay. Next up, we have No Ordinary Love. Sade? I think that's how you say it, Sade. Oh my goodness, Deborah said, on the subject of outrageous tickets, Taylor Swift tickets here in Atlanta were $6,250. Wow. That's just stupid money. I mean, that is stupid money. I don't even know if I had that kind of money to spend at a concert. I don't even know if I could do it. I mean, that is just stupid money for a concert. That's crazy. That is crazy. Sarah, David Bowie was her secret boyfriend in the 80s. I love it. Ms. L saw the Violent Femmes in concert too. That is a ridiculous amount of money, Ms. L. I agree with you. And that's, you know what, I'm sure that's scalpers, right? The scalpers, they got to figure out a way to get rid of that, because that is all scalping tickets. It's just all scalping tickets. It's not okay. Not okay in my book. If that's the way that you feed your family, then that's okay, but it's not something that I agree with. It makes me sad because it prices everyone out of the market. Anyone that can go, except for people that have stupid money or people that go in debt and put it on a credit card. I'm not judging, but it's just, I don't think that's good. Not scalping, Deborah. Oh goodness, that's even worse. Okay, No Ordinary Love, Sade. Love. Whoopsie. So I need to stop making things squishy at the end. All right. Every Breath You Take. Oh, of course, right? The Police. The Stalker song. Every Breath You Take, I'll Be Watching You. But such a good song. Okay. The One I Love. I don't even know what that is. I can't even read what I wrote next to it. I don't know. So that's not going on my list. I don't even know what that is. With or Without You. There's another you too. So, as we're writing, as we're talking, storytelling, you guys. I mean, this is, again, it is a totally different way to tell your story, right? I'm telling my story. Don't let him, oh my goodness, this one. Don't let him steal your heart away. Phil Collins. This one, love, love, love. Don't let him steal your heart away. Such a good song. Such a talented man. Phil Collins. Cheryl, I do have some REM on here. Elise, Air Supply. So Air Supply, high school. For me, high school. Like I would sit, I have a crush on a boy, and then he started dating somebody else, and I'd sit and cry on my bed in high school and listen to Air Supply, and I would sing all the words, I'm all out of love, I'm so lost without you. Yes, I loved it. Air Supply, right? Air Supply. Yes, okay. Okay, hold on. Okay, now I'm totally caught in the chat. I gotta stop. Gotta get out of the chat. Because I could sit there and read it forever. With or Without You. Don't let him steal your heart away. Shell Shock. New Order. All right, guess what? My list is going to have to start winding up because I don't have that much more room because I put my little transistor radio there. That reminds me of an REM song, Can't Find Nothing on the Radio. That's not the name of the song. But Can't Find Nothing on the Radio. It's called Radio Tour, Radio something or other. Radio Silence. I don't remember what it is. Push It. Oh, Push It. Salt and Pepper. Oh, shoot. I just wrote PS. Salt and Pepper. You got to say salt and pepper. You can't say salt and pepper because I really think it was spelled pepper. Okay, I need that to dry now. So that will be, oh wait, what was that called? Push it, duh. P-U, I'll come back and write that. Push it, salt and pepper. Okay, we're just not done. I have to be done. I have to be done. So do you guys see how they fixed that? I was thinking ahead and I wrote whatever letter I wrote there. Or I wrote the S because I forgot to write the O. I was just thinking. I mean, I was talking and not thinking, so I just put a little bit of white paint pen over that. I let that totally dry and then I'll fix it. All right, salt and pepper. Oh, okay, guess what? Missing you. Michael Bolton. Michael Bolton. That actually, it's the one with Michael Bolton and Kenny G that I really like. But Michael Bolton, Wanda, this list could go on forever. It totally could. And you know what? Nancy said I could always add a tip in if I needed. I could totally add a tip in, an extra page between the pages, couldn't I? I could totally do that. Let's see. I don't think I even have room for one more. So I had a few more on here. I had "Won't You Hold My Hand Now" by King. I did have "Lips Like Sugar" from Echo and the Bunnymen. "Love Song" from The Cure, and "Slave to Love," Brian Ferry. So I will not put any more on there because I really don't have any more room. We're just about done with this list, friends. We are really just about done with this list. So I am going to come in. I need my little double-sided tape here. I am going to, Belinda said, love this spread. Thank you, Belinda. I love the topic. Music, I could talk about music it makes me so happy. Music just really makes me happy. I don't turn on the TV in the day. I just work with music in the background and I just love it. I love to have music on all the time. It just makes me happy. Even if it's sad music, I just love it. Alrighty, so what I did there, I came in, Tracy, I could totally write songs on the cassette. Because even some of them, look at, that one is where you would write mixtape. And oh my gosh, if a boy gave you a mixtape, oh, loved that, right? Because that would mean he really liked you. So I'm going to do my little trick again where I'm just going to reveal part of that. I put that double-sided tape here because I really need this to stick because it has to go around the curve. It has to go around that curve. I had an REM song on here. Somewhere. Did I say that? I don't remember. Somewhere on there I had an REM song, I think. All right, so here we go. Are we good there? Are we good there? We're good. Okay, so now I can press down on the sticky part and now reveal that. That just gave me a little bit more flexibility in terms of where, if I didn't quite get it where I wanted it to be, I could lift it back up because all of the adhesive wasn't on there yet. All right, I think one more thing that I would like to do is I need to outline because this looks really weird to me. I will come in here and outline this one. Like so. And I need to date it. Absolutely. We have to date. We have to date the list because that's important. I believe it's important that you should date things so you know when you did this, because some of our lists are really time specific, like currently. If I write a currently list of how I'm feeling or thinking or eating or drinking or whatever I'm doing, that it really should have a date on it so that sometime I look back and go, oh, that's nice, but when was that? When was that currently? I really feel like this is screaming for a word strip sticker. It needs a word strip sticker. So, now is when I start to get sore from all the standing. When I bend down, that's when I really notice it. All right, word strip sticker central. Let's see. Oh, here we go. All right, so let's see what we have. Small talk. Let's see if we have small talk something. I think, let's see. Hold tight. No, do what you love what you do. Best day, we know when you know better, do better. The journey's destination. All you need is love. Attitude is everything. It's all perspective. That could work. It's all perspective, although I feel like it needs to be longer. It needs to be a little bit wider. Love with all your heart. That one is my favorite. Not my circus, not my monkeys. Be in love with your life, with brave wings. Let's see. Let's just see. I'm looking for something a little bit longer. Find joy in the ordinary. You know what? That one actually works really well because the ordinary, I mean, just to get so much joy out of music, I do. So there we go. Find joy in the ordinary. Not that music is ordinary, but you know, find joy in the ordinary. That is going to go right there in the middle of the radio. Okay, right there. Find joy in the ordinary. All right, and then I am going to date it. How about if I know. What about right here? This is kind of where on the mixtape you would write something. I will put the date right there. How about that? Let's do it. I'm getting out my little small, my small roller date stamp. Just a Girl and Her Paper, Lindsay H. said, what other word strip books do you have other than Tim Holtz? Well, guess what? There really aren't very many, you guys. There really aren't. I will tell you, Simple Stories has one coming out in June. And I am so excited for it because I use word strips for everything, but I haven't found a lot of people that make word strip stickers. Simple Stories, a lot of times in their collection, sticker books. So like the Boho Sunshine collection might have a sheet of word strip stickers, but I always want more word strip stickers. So yes, they have one coming out. You better believe I will have it, and you better believe I ordered a lot of them. I did, because, you know, I will love them and use them, and a lot of times if I use it, then you guys are like, oh my gosh, I love that. I want that. And I say, oh good, because I have it. All right, May 6, 2023. So that will go right there. Let's, we have to test it. Always. You always want to test your roller date stamp for a number of reasons. You want to make sure that it is the right date, right? It's the right date. We want it to be the right date. Okay, May 6, 2023. There we go. So if you always want to add photos to what you're doing, you guys could totally add photos with this. You could add photos from college or high school, or, you know, when you were in your 20s or 30s or 40s, whatever you were doing your mixtape list about, you could add photos. It doesn't have to be a photo of you at the concert. You could just add photos of you. That just reminded me when Diane said, oh my gosh, Diane, I get it. Diane said she's checking back in. She had to take prom photos. I thought you were saying you were like looking at your things, looking at prom photos to remind you of, never mind. I totally get it. Yeah. Don't mind blonde hair. It's just sometimes what happens. But yes, you could take photos of whatever. I mean, you could print and add to your list photos of whatever. It wouldn't have to be the concerts, or it wouldn't have to be, I blurred that just a tad. But there we go. My list is done. That is our mixtape list. Mixtapes. Okay, let's get things cleaned up. Let's look at let me see what our next list is. Oh, it's our next and our last list, you guys. All right. So as I'm cleaning up, let's talk about this. I didn't quite know how to word this. This was a weird one to word. This will be a really fun one to end with. I didn't quite know how to word this. I think I'm going to call it like Childhood Wives' Tales. Okay. Childhood Wives' Tales, or maybe things that you were afraid of as a kid. And I don't mean like you were afraid of the dark. I mean things that you were afraid of because someone told you if you did it, this would happen. Like, don't swallow your gum because it will be stuck in there for 7 years, right? That's not true. That's a wives' tale. So that is what this list is going to be about. So for me, when I was a kid, some of those things. So I think this will be a fun one to end on. I think we'll have a lot of fun with this one too. Oh, guess what? I did not pick a collection for this. I need to think about that. Childhood worries. Yep, could totally be childhood worries. Carmen said, my whole life was a lie. Yes. Another one. You have to wait half an hour after you eat lunch before you can go swimming. Remember that? Remember that. Yeah, that was another one. Wives' tale. Probably because whoever was watching you in the pool wanted to have a break and not have to watch you in the pool because you just run around the grass or whatever. I don't know. All right, let me get these things picked up and then we will embark on our last list for the day. Let's see, that will be 1, 2, 3, 4 lists. We'll do 5. So that'll be good. 5 lists, plus we did a deep dive into the idea book. every list that we do this year, guys. Now it's all content for the next idea book, which will come out probably early February, and it will be all of 2023 lists because the idea book had to end somewhere, and it ended in 2022. All right, so let's take a look. Did I say it was time for a surprise? Mimi, yes, if you swallowed a watermelon seed, a watermelon would grow in your stomach. Deborah, razor blade and Halloween candy, although in some places that was a thing, right? That would, unfortunately, that would really happen. Jen said, things I believed for way too long. Yeah, don't cross your eyes, they'll get stuck that way. So true. Isn't that so funny? All right, prize is, all right, you guys, so we have 2 more in-persons and 1 after party. We have 1 after party list and 2 more in-person. So I will do an after party and an in-person right now. And then we'll save the last one. Oh, I mentioned that one. Okay. So actually we have 3 more prizes. All right. So this is an after party prize. It means anyone can participate. Just once the video is over, make sure you go back and leave a comment on the video itself, not in the chat, on the video itself, before next Saturday morning. Because next Saturday morning, before we start, I will draw all the after party prizes. So this morning, I was my friend Christine Berkman from Pop Daisy Art, who I collaborated with on my most recent release of stamps. She was on, and we were talking about her. She just popped on. I didn't know she was coming. That was very cool. And then I had planned a stamp giveaway. I put together a little bundle of stamps from my friend Andy K Art. So Andy is the one that does all of the graphic work to prepare. Either she's the one like doing the graphic work, and I say, I want a stamp that says hello. And then I say, I like this font and then, or this, but change it up here. And she's the one that does that and then makes all the stamps ready for production on the back end for me. She has her own line of stamps that I have carried for a very long time. The List It series of stamps. So these are the clipboard stamps, the clip stamps that I know and love. It all started with this one when I asked her, hey, I really want a clip stamp. I want that. I really want this. And then she made that. And then she's made subsequent ones that go along with it. So this is a bundle. List It 1, List It 2, List It 3, and List It mini clips and more. So guys, that one is an after party stamp, okay? That means that's one of the prizes for the comments that are left after the fact, so that other people, I mean, you can still, I'm not penalizing you guys because you're here, but it just also gives the people that couldn't watch live an opportunity. So that is an after. Let's do an in-person one. Speaking of stamps, my newest release, which is March, my March release of stamps. This is the March release. This is the bundle of stamps, you guys. This is the bundle. This is an in-person now in the chat prize. This is all 6 of my newest stamps, my collaboration with Pop Daisy Art. That's about I don't remember, the bundle is like just under $100, I think I want to say. So around there. That is a good, well, they're all good prizes, right? We're not going to look a prize horse in the mouth, but that's a good one. So here we go. Oh, let me take a little sip first. How about that? I'll take a little sip with my drink first. Hold on, what are we saying? Love to have supper that my husband made for me. Sound familiar? Love it. I love it. Yes. You guys, I like to share. I am in a position, my business is doing really well because of you guys. So I'm in a position to share with you guys, and I wouldn't be here without you guys. So I love to be generous. I like to share. So I am sharing. Okay, here we go. Stopping at Teresa V. Teresa V, you are the winner of that prize. Teresa, if you happen to have that or some of the stamps or, whatever, please reach out. So send me an email, laylebymail@gmail.com. In the subject line of the email, write March release stamp bundle winner. and then give me your mailing address. And then if you have some of those or whatever, just we'll figure something out. So put that in the body of that email as well. You are welcome, Teresa. You are welcome. Congratulations. Okay, guys, there's one prize left. Yeah, there's one prize left. And that will have been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. 30 prizes. This one will be an after party. It's a good one. Well, they're all good again, but this one will be an after party. So we'll do that in a little bit. All right. Okay, here we go. Our last list. Oh, yes. Wives' Tales, something. I got to figure that out. These are the last 2 pages in my insert. Then I have this little thing here. There is a stamp set coming. Hopefully. Oh, should be June because we're wrapping up the designs right now. So should be June, crossing fingers. That will help when you get to this. And it's the very last page in an insert. And you want to end it and then start forward on a new one. So it will be a stamp set that solves a little bit of this need. It also solves a little bit of this need. If you want something alternately, you want to mix things up, for an intro page for a new insert. So, coming. All right. Oh yes, I just remembered again. I remembered again twice. I did not pick a collection to use for this list. This is the Wives' Tale list. So let me look. Let me just open up the cupboard behind me. What if we used Oh, I'm just not sure. I don't know. See, if I don't plan it out ahead, at least what collection I'm going to use, then I'm like, oh, darn it. Maybe we should use flea market. Maybe. Should we use flea market? Let's see. I don't know. Maybe flea market. Childhood Wives' Tales. I don't know. I'll just call it Wives' Tales. We'll just call it Wives' Tales. Let's see if there's something in here that, no, I don't think this is, no, it's just, I don't know. I'm not feeling this one for that. I am not feeling this one for that. Although, look, there's another cute little radio. Yeah, not feeling it. Not feeling it. Because I need a sticker, at least. Something. Yeah, no, that's not it. As much as I love that. That's not it. So, there's a few more across the room. Let me go look across the room and see that aren't put away. Let me see. I did just see the little bin that says Life in Bloom. I never put that one away because, you know, Simple Stories is coming out with that again. Did you guys hear that? Simple Stories is re-releasing. That rarely happens. Rarely happens. What if we use this one? Rarely happens. See, Simple Stories is re-releasing Life in Bloom. So, not only will I have... Oh, Retro Summer! Deborah, yes! Let's do it. Let's do Retro Summer. That's perfect. Because, yes, absolutely. Great suggestion. Now I need to find it. Maybe I have not labeled it yet. Hang on. Sorry, I've been so I've been so organized up till this point. I was going to say unorganized. I did say unorganized. I've been so organized up until this point. There it is. Yeah, that'll be good. That's a great idea, Deborah. Retro Summer. I have not used Retro Summer yet in one of our lives. All right, here we go. Pamela. So I was talking about like silly childhood fears. That I like. That's perfect, Deborah. Silly childhood fears. That's what I'm going to call it. Thank you. That's great. I had childhood fears. Then I put Wives' Tales, but I like silly childhood fears. Hold on. My throat all of a sudden is so dry. Yikes. Linda, where is up here? Linda said up here we call them old wives' tales, or old, like old lang syne. Find a penny, pick it up all day long. You'll have good luck, right? All right. Silly childhood fears, love it. Okay. Oh yes, Life in Bloom. So that's coming back, and I will be doing. I don't know yet. I have a poll in the Facebook group right now, asking if you would like a. That's kind of fun. Let's start with the pad. If you would like a mini book project kit using that when it comes out late this summer, Or would you like a traveler's notebook project kit when it comes out summer? I'll also do the big bundle again. This one is part of Retro Summer. This we are using, let me just see when we're using that. Oh yeah, we're using that. Oh, next weekend. We're using this next weekend. We're going to do the coolest list with this. Wait till you see my idea. We're going to do that. So we're going to be doing some inking. That's about as mixed media as I get. A stencil and some ink. That's about as mixed media as I get. All right, let's look at what we might use here. This is such a fun collection. It is just so cute. So retro and fun, but I don't get that color in there. I don't understand that color in here, but I'm not the designer, so it's okay. Oh, this would be fun. I like this. I think that would be really fun because that kind of reminds me, I don't know, maybe of being a kid. Let's do that. There we go. I don't know why that reminds me of being a kid. Let's start with that, and then we'll start pulling in some other things. So this is going to be a single page list. Oh, Anna, this color. Anna said, what color don't you get? This one seems like like you're going through and then all of a sudden there's that. I don't know. I'm sure if I looked further, there's a little bit more of that worked in. Oh, that is basically the stencil, but you don't have to use a stencil. So if you have this collection or want to get this collection before next weekend, we'll be doing that's almost just like it. Anyhow, that brown. Knock on wood. We would knock on our own head. Oh, I still knock on wood. I am so superstitious that way. Gotta knock on wood. It's the ice cream bar, the chocolate cookie. I know. It just seems like it's a much darker color. So it just pops out at me a lot when I open it. Like here, it looks good. Like there, it's the Neapolitan ice cream that we used to love. Well, actually, I didn't love it, but it looks like the Neapolitan ice cream. Okay, here we go. This is going to be single page list. So this will go over here. I will work on this off the page, right? Because I'm at the very end and that's basically rolling off to the side. So we need to trim this down to, now I don't always have a background for a list, but sometimes, as you see, I just I just write my list directly on the insert, but I feel like this needs a little more pop of color, so we'll do that. So it's 4 3/4 by 8, and this is a left-facing page. So I will do I will round the left outside corners. Don't step on a crack in the side rock. Yep, step on a crack, you'll break your mother's back. Right? All right, there we go. That will be fun. And I need my little white cardstock, so we'll just trim this guy down. I don't know what I was doing there before. So this will be 7. Let's start with 7 1/4. I always either do, even if I'm just eyeballing it, when I measure it, it ends up being either 7 or 7 1/4, or 4 or 3 1/4. I mean, sorry, 4 or 3 3/4. There we go, that works. You can still see all the things that you need to see. I think that's great. So that ended up being 3 3/4 by 7 1/4. We just need to do this. We're just going to grab this guy because it's still, my little pad is still on there. And we'll just ink that up. Ink up the edges. It needs some more color, especially up here. We need a little bit more contrast to separate that newspaper ads or whatever that is from our list. So we'll just, that's easy since it's still loaded up with that color from earlier. And it kind of goes with that one. How about the Bermuda Triangle? How about that one? Right? That was always like, oh my gosh, you can't fly over the Bermuda. You can't fly over the Bermuda Triangle or you will get lost forever. All planes go down when they fly over the Bermuda Triangle. Now, clearly there's something behind that because they're, but I always thought, oh my goodness, that's like, what if you had to go somewhere and you had to fly over the Bermuda Triangle? What would happen? Bermuda. That one doesn't want to come out. There we go. Oh yes, look at, I tell you, that inking of the edges just makes the biggest deal. Ms. L said, yep, Bermuda Triangle is on her list. Bermuda Triangle is on her list. I've had this one on our list of lists for a while, but what really brought it back again, there is someone I follow on Instagram, and it's the Holderness family. The Holderness family. It's a husband and wife. They were on Amazing Race a number of years ago, but they are hilarious. They are so funny. And they did something recently, kind of your 80s high up childhood fears or something. And I thought, oh my goodness, yes, I got to bring this back up as one of our topics. So here we go. All right, 80s childhood fears. What if we, I know I don't want to stamp the title. I just don't want to, I don't want to do that now because it's just the end of the day and my brain is, oh, look at summer songs. There's even a little tape in there. What do we have? Let's look at the sticker book. Let's see. We just need a little bit, or maybe any of those work? Not really. Not really. I don't think any of those will really work for what we're doing. Let's pull the sticker book. Wait, chopped up and spread across the country. What? I don't know. I missed that, Deborah. I missed the first part of that. I came in that conversation at an odd point. Okay, I think a lot of these are going to be way too summery. Well, it's definitely a summer collection. So I might not find what I am looking for here. Might not find what I'm looking for. Now, what could work? I could make this work. So this, even though it has nothing to do with a wives' tale, this totally, oh, actually, maybe. Okay, two things. This reminds me of being a little kid, like the ice cream truck, right? The ice cream truck. Maybe we do that, ice cream truck. Just because that reminds me of being a kid, even though it's not an old wives' tale. But the other thing is, this is funny. Look, there's a swimming pool there. That could be kind of funny, a swimming pool, because the swimming pool is one of the things on my list, but it doesn't have to be literal, so I think we'll do this. Oh, and now you know what I could do if I wanted? I could bring in that little Neapolitan stripe. That could go there. Look at me bringing in that brown that I'm like, I don't understand the brown. Okay, let's do this like so. Oh yeah, I like it. Even though I did not like Neapolitan, because for me, my first color, my first flavor of the ice cream would be the vanilla, then the chocolate and the strawberry. No thanks. Okay. Funny story. My mom always told us if we got kissed, we would be pregnant. I came home crying after a football game. My older sister asked me what happened and I told her I was pregnant. Oh my goodness. Oh, Dora. Oh my goodness. She was both shocked and mad. We cried together, wondering how we would tell our parents. Somewhere in the conversation, I told her I got kissed, and she said, what? Oh, no, Dora. Oh, my goodness. Oh, okay. Deborah, the tale was hold breath going by a cemetery or you be buried there. I understand. I understand that now. If you point at a grave, your finger will rot. Very interesting. Oh, Dora. Oh, my goodness. I can't believe that. That is, oh, my goodness. That is a hoot. That is a hoot. I'm sure at the time it was not a hoot. I mean, you really believed that you were pregnant. Oh, gosh. And your mom probably was like, oh, my goodness. That bad idea. I probably shouldn't have said that. All right. This is going to be a pretty simple list. One of the lists that we did in the past, if I looked at the book, I could tell you exactly when it was because I'd go to the food chapter and I know it would tell us there. Favorite ice cream flavors. This retro summer collection would be really, really fun for a list like that because there's so much. I mean, we saw there's lots of like ice cream things in there. So that could be fun if you ever decided you want to do that list. All right, there we go. I need a title. I'm going to do a very simple title, I think. What are we calling this? Silly Childhood Fears. So I will write the word silly childhood and I will use fears. I will use alphabet stickers for fears because that'll be easy. That'll be easy. And we'll go back to our trusty, not trusty, our trusty handy dandy. How about that? That's better. Like Dandy, Dandy, I don't know how to pronounce your last name, but like Dandy. Letter stickers, trusty, handy dandy. Now I could use yellow if I wanted. That's not quite the yellow. I could use a pink. Did I already pass the pink? I could use a pink. Sure. Let's do pink. I'm going to use the big ones. Let's make sure we have the right letters. F-E-A-R-S. We're good. Okay. So let's line them up here. Ooh, lots of long things in the chat. Celia, we used to split the Neapolitan ice cream. I love chocolate. My dad's was vanilla, and my mom loved the strawberry. Oh, that worked out so well, right? Noelle said, I don't know if this fits the theme, but when I was a kid, my brother and sister used to point at me with remote control and tell me they were changing me to ugly to make me cry. Oh, I tell you, brothers and sisters sometimes can be so brutal. So brutal, like mean. You talk about mean girls. Mean girls got nothing on like brothers and sisters, right? My sister and I, oh my goodness. Oh, Dandy, Chiva Teresi. Chiva Teresi. I never would have put the chi in there. Chiva Teresi. I know, I butchered that. I'm sorry. But thank you for spelling it phonetically for me. Thank you. My sister and I, when we were young, oh my goodness, like horrible fights. Horrible. One time she threw a fork at me, a fork, and it landed in my leg, like it stuck into my leg. Yeah, I tell you, there is nothing. And she would get so angry. I knew how to push her buttons, my younger sister. I knew how to push her buttons, and because that's what you would do. That's what siblings do. You push each other's buttons sometimes, right? But it's not like that anymore. Not anymore. Mostly brothers, Wanda said. Beverly said, my mom told us if we grew our fingernails too long, they would curl. Always wanted to see that happen. Now, if you ever watched the show, like way back then, like when I was a kid, Ripley's Believe It or Not, or the Guinness Book of World Records show or whatever, they would show, I remember this vividly in my head. I can picture it now. They would show the person like with the longest fingernails, and literally they would curl. They were like so long, they'd curl and curl and curl. And yes, I remember that. So maybe that was true. I think it would take quite a while. Let's see. Melissa, hi Melissa. Melissa said, I didn't realize my video was frozen and resumed and added a comment way out of order. Probably didn't make sense in the conversation. You know what, Melissa? I learned early on that happens. So a lot of times I'll be like, what in the world? And I'll be like, oh, I get it. They're watching a little bit later. Because someone would leave a comment. Usually what first happened when I was teaching. TK, this one is called Retro Summer. It is simple stories on my website. No, the first time, because I was teaching a class virtually like this, and someone asked something and I'm like, what? Like, I'm sorry. I don't understand what you're asking at all. I'm really sorry, but I must be really, could you explain? And it turned out she was like 20 minutes behind, which was fine because, 20 minutes ago, it totally made sense, but it took me a minute. I'm like, oh, okay, I understand now. All right, here we go. So there's fears. There we go. And roll that out gently. Da, 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 da. Okay. Fears, and I'm going to put silly childhood above. Maybe I'll put my silly childhood fears. Okay, there we go. My silly childhood fears. Oh, Melissa, you guys are doing work on your house. Your husband keeps turning off the internet. You're like, wait a minute. Wait one stinking minute. You can't do that. I am crafting. You can't turn off the power. All right, there we go. My silly childhood fears. All right. So my silly childhood fears are, I need another bullet stamp. And you know what? Actually, let's see if this works. I have an idea. Let me, I just turned around for a second. I'm still here. Let's look and see if one of these, I don't know. I pulled out the mild smoky dot markers. I ask him, seriously, today? Why on International Scrapbook Day? Priorities, duh, hello. No working on the internet on the first Saturday in May, okay? Let's just put that in the calendar. I mean, no working in the house that turns off the Wi-Fi. All right, so dot markers. Let's just see. Maybe this one will work. Oh my goodness, it was meant to be. That is like perfect. That's what I'm going to use. So dot markers. Dot markers are really awesome. They are, it's a little dot. Like if you ever played bingo, this is like a miniature version of like a bingo dauber, right? On the little bingo daubers, when you'd mark your little bingo card, the harder you pressed on it, the more dispersed the dot was, right? So same thing with your dot markers. So I can start over here and barely press, and the more I press, the larger the circumference of my dot, okay? So I'm going to use that for my bullets. That will be easy peasy. I have on my website the black dot marker, which is the exact same thing. It's just black. And then I have that set, the mild smoky colors. So in a pinch, that's way faster than doing a bullet stamp at this point in the day. So quicksand, the first thing on my list, quicksand. I mean, hello. I don't know, has anyone ever run into quicksand? Was there like some point where quicksand was an issue and then we like eradicated it or something? I don't know. Oh, see, I pressed a little bit harder on that one. Quicksand. Next one was wait 30 minutes after eating before swimming. Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know. Maybe you'd get a weird cramp or something. I don't know. Okay. Next up is don't drive with the interior light on in the car because the police will pull you over. My mom, turn that light off. Turn that light off. It's against the law. I can't drive with the car. I'm sure it's just mom going, oh my gosh, stop kids, turn off the light. So don't, or let's say it's against the law to drive with the interior light on at night. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. Dandy said the quicksand one came to Princess Bride for you. Love the Princess Bride. Love, love, love it. Lindsay, yes, I really thought we'd use the whole stop, drop, and roll thing by now, seeing how much they taught it, right? They did, like in school, we had stop, drop, and roll like ingrained into our heads. And thank goodness, I've never had to use it, but it's one of those things that you're like, okay, all right. Don't drive with the car light on. If you swallow chewing gum, if you swallow gum, it will stay in your stomach for 7 years. And some of these you're like, really? Like, where do these things come from, right? Where did that come from? I don't know. Oh, Nancy, the interior light is the same thing you learned, but for driving, your driver's ed teacher told you that it distracts other drivers, which that makes sense. That totally makes sense. Deborah was terrified of quicksand. She was born and raised in Southern California, went to the beach often. Thankfully, just being at the beach took away all my silly fears. That's fun. Sarah, the La Brea tar pits. Yes, I get that one. Showing the daddy mastodon sinking while the others were on the shore. Education, right? Isn't that funny? Anything mom didn't like stunted my growth, right? You can't have coffee when you're a kid. It will stunt your growth. You can't have soda. It will stunt your growth. So, yes, 7 years of bad luck if you break a mirror. Absolutely. It's funny. I do have stop, drop, and roll on I have it on my list. So I will do that. Stop, drop, and roll. We were so afraid that we'd catch on fire that they taught us what to do if we did catch on fire. I mean, that's not a bad thing, right? But all right, next one is do not remove the pillow tags. Don't remove from the tags of the pillow or the mattress under penalty of law, right? Do not remove the tags on pillows Who knows where that one came from? I'm sure if we Google all these things, we would find out. Bomb drills hiding under the desk, right, Lauren? Luckily, in our generation, we did not ever, I don't even remember if we had bomb drills when I was a kid. I can't remember. We had tornado drills when I lived in Texas, for sure. Tornado drills, get under the desk. Let's see, gum and stomach. Oh, this one, you guys remember this one? If you flash your bright lights to let someone know their lights are not on, they will kill you as a gang initiation. You guys remember that one? As part of a gang initiation. I seriously remember that. Initiation. Like, that was a big fear for me. That really was. Like, when I first started driving, oh no, don't do that. You can't flash them, because that's a gang member. That's a gang member. It's a new gang member, and it's initiation. And if you do that, in order to be in the gang, they have to kill you. Yeah. Craziness, right? Craziness. Oh yeah, don't make a face. If you make a face, you'll get stuck that way. If you make a face, it will stick, right? I'm sure that was when probably my sister and I were fighting or something, and I'd make a bad face at her, and my mom would be like, don't do that, your face will stick that way. The Bermuda Triangle, yes. We have coffee stunts your growth. Yeah. Nick and I were talking about these last night too. Coffee stunts your growth, as I was adding things to my list. I had some of these on my list because it's been on my list of lists for us to do for a while. Sitting too close to the TV will hurt your eyes. That's not how you spell two. Sitting too close to the TV will hurt your eyes. I need to fix that. That is the incorrect usage of that word too. That too, it means also. It is not two, like that. Two. Maybe? Now my brain's not working. Too close. No, I don't remember. I think that's right. I think it's right. I don't remember. If you cracking your knuckles, yeah, I think so. I think it's right. Cracking your knuckles causes arthritis. Do you guys remember that? Cracking your knuckles causes arthritis. I don't know. Maybe it's true. Cracking your knuckles causes arthritis. Okay, we have room for one more above our little ice cream truck there. Being cold will give you a cold. Remember that? I'm just going to write here, cold equals a cold, since I don't have that much room left. Okay, there we go. There's our list, my silly childhood fears. I don't have much room for a date. Oh, I know what I can do for a date. I could maybe put it there. I don't know, that might look funny. Let's look. Oh my gosh, my mouth is so dry. I think it might be a little bit too hard to read. I'm just going to write it down here. I will just write down here as May 2023. Alrighty, there we go. My silly childhood fears. Another one in the books. So many people still believe being cold leads to a cold. Yeah, right? Right. Okay. So this one is now, I'm going to put it in my insert, and then we will flip the camera. We'll do our last giveaway, and you guys, we will say our goodbye for another all-day session. While I'm doing this, let's talk about the rest of May. We will be listing together next weekend, 9 a.m. Pacific. We will do that for 3 hours. I will have a hard stop at 3 hours because we are leaving for 18 days the next day. Nick's like, you're doing what? You're going to list? And I'm like, yes, I am. Shut up. I'm doing it. I like it. I'm doing it. So we'll have, we'll do 3 hours on the 13th, May 13th, and then we will have a hiatus because I will be out of town. We will not list again after next week until the first weekend in June, which I believe is June 3rd, okay? So just know that we will not be together the last couple weekends in May. So, all right, let me just throw these back in here. I will have a lot to do to clean up this giant mess tomorrow. It's not going to be tonight. Okay, guys. So, oh my goodness, so much fun. Let's talk about the very last giveaway, and then we'll say our goodbyes. This is an after party prize. So this morning I did one of these we did one of these live. This one is after party, and this is the 2023 year in review project kit. This is a big one, guys. I mean, this is the whole project kit for that about last month. You use this project kit to do your about last month every month of 2023. So it's the project kit, and it is the video class that goes with it. So that is an after party prize. So all of the after party prizes, friends, we figured out there were 30 prizes today. That means there are 15 prizes still open. 15 prizes still open, friends. Those are the after party prizes. So between this morning's video, there we go. Between this morning's video and this afternoon's video, there are 15 after party prizes, which means you still have lots of opportunities to win. I don't know, maybe about 15. You still have 15 opportunities to win. So the way that you participate in those prizes, you leave a comment on either of the videos, both. I would just do both because why not? And then next Saturday, I will pick all of those winners and I will announce the winners. I will make sure I'm organized enough that I also have a blog post that morning that lists all those winners too, because that's a lot of winners. But you'll know you win because I will reply to your comment and I tell you win, and I tell you to email me with your prize name in the subject line, and then your mailing address. Oh, my glasses are filthy after today. All right, you guys. So just a couple things to remember. Number one, big sale. The sale for International Scrapbook Day on my website goes through tomorrow night, Sunday, May 7th at midnight, okay? So if you haven't shopped, you should go over there and see what is on sale. There's some really good things, some products that I brought in specifically for the sale at some really good prices. The idea book, of course, the Listing with Layle idea book is shipping now. They started shipping yesterday. There is a big red bar on the top of my website right now. That information is super important. It tells you that any orders that are placed after Saturday, May 13th will not ship until starting June 2nd, okay? Starting. I can't say that they'll all ship June 2nd because I don't know how many will come in while I'm gone. So it'll probably take a good 4 or so days, I don't know, to get through all those orders. So if you want something, it's a really good idea to place your order now so that I can get it shipped out before we leave, because I'm the one who does the shipping. So if I'm not here, no orders can go out. That will change one day. It's just, we're not there yet. What else? What else? I don't know what else. My mind is blank. Oh yeah, the idea book. If you ordered the idea book, or if you are ordering the idea book and you want that autographed, and I don't say that because I think I'm special and that you should want it autographed. I mean, enough of you asked for it that I put a little process in place for it. So it's manual, but basically, if you're ordering the idea book, when you check out, there's a little notes or comment section for your order. Just say, please autograph. If you want it personalized, tell me who you want it personalized to. So if you're on your orders, it says Susan, but you really go by Sue, say, please autograph to Sue, or please autograph to whoever you want to autograph to if you're going to give it as a gift or something like that. But if you can do that when you place the order, that makes my life so much easier. If you forgot, it's okay. I understand life. Send me an email, and then I will go write a note on your order to make sure to autograph your book for you. You guys, thank you so much. I just want to look at the chat really quick. Time to look at the chat really quick. It went by fast. I know, Elise. It did go by fast. Oh, Elise said she's sad because now she has to clean the rest of the weekend. You and me both, sister. That was a big mess in here. Pam said, I love your store. I get in lots of fun travel shopping there. You do, Pam. I know that. You do. I love that. I love all of you guys. Even if you don't shop, can't shop. I just, I love all of you. So, it is not predicated on whether you shop from me or not. Just know that, please. Yes, super fun day. Super fun day. Deborah said the idea book is on her wish list. Here's one more thing about that. I put it up Thursday at 3 o'clock, and we are already more than halfway sold out. I'm not going to tell you how many because that's, kind of my information. More than halfway sold out. I will tell you, we far surpassed my goal for this weekend. Yesterday, less than 24 hours, we had surpassed my goal for the whole weekend, which you guys blew me out of the water, which I'm very happy about. So thank you. The good news is that is something I will always carry because that is something that is, I think, a very useful tool. And there are always new people coming and joining us. So I bring that up because if now is not a good time for you to get that, I don't want you to be sad or be worried because you feel like it's going to sell out and you won't get it. I will continue to reprint that for as long as I need to reprint. And I will tell you, I will be reprinting. I know it. Much sooner than I thought I would. So, this will be the first edition, which is kind of fun because I did put first edition in there because you never know. So first edition. Oh gosh, what else, you guys? Thank you. What a fun day. I mean, seriously, this, I have so much fun when we're together doing this. It gives me so much joy because we just laugh and we chat and we talk about memories and we talk about bands and concert tickets and quicksand and all the things. So I love our Saturdays together so much. So thank you for giving me a place to do this because if it wasn't for you guys, I would not be doing very much crafting because when it's your business and you have to do it for work, it's hard to squeeze time in to still really enjoy. Don't get me wrong. I love what I do. I love my business. But this is totally different. This is totally different than me designing a kit or something like that. This is just pure fun. And so I just want to thank you guys again for letting me do it and for coming and hanging out with me. All right, you guys, I'm just looking at the chat. You guys are all so awesome. Thank you. Rainey said she LOL'd more than once. I love it. I love it. She laughed out loud more than once. All right, you guys, I'm going to say good night. I'm going to say good evening. Hopefully I see you on Saturday. Next Saturday. If I don't see you next Saturday, hopefully I'll see you sometime in the future around the interwebs or in the Facebook group. Remember that Facebook group. It's a fun place to hang out. So, all right, friends, thank you for joining me today. Everybody enjoy the rest of your weekend. Stay safe, stay healthy, be happy, and hope to see you soon.